And welcome to yet again another special edition of TCH Live Monday night. How you guys doing? The Dude talking with you, Mike Youngblood here back in the throttle as we are going to start ourselves off with a PLO bomb pot. Bones back out in the field. Big Daddy Chaz. I see Boots. I see Duds. See what other crushers that we have here in the house, including all of our chat favorites and pros. Hit that like button for us to start us off as we're going to go with 4 cards down. The junior producer Seth about to pitch him out there. So, all right, Alan Pichatello, Yuma was over in Bart Show. Should be wrapping up. We got our boy Robert Pape here in the house, Joey Crawford. And Monday night here in Austin, Tuesday night and Wednesday night in Dallas. Then a tournament weekend, Dallas on Saturday, Austin on Sunday. You get your boy William Armstrong also out here amongst us. All right, let's deal them out here in the first one. There we go, King 6-8. Loading. Okay, so Pierre also here in the mix. I believe I thought I saw Slicer, but I could be wrong. So, yep, there he is. Dudley's got a Pokemon out there. So let's see. Alex, Mikey Sides. Oh, Mikey Sides here in the house as well. So, of the hands that we have loaded, it appears Mikey Sides here with a 10 high straight. So we'll see if anybody's got diamonds hidden under there anywhere. 7 ball here on the end. So is any set 2 pair on the turn fill up? Anybody? We're still loading. Okay, so Pierre and Alex's hands still remain mysteries. I see a jack. I see a 10-9. Okay, though I see 7s. Oh, I see. So there was he was trying to flip it up and the king got turned over. So that is a winner. Therefore, Pierre, not much of a bomb pot though here, folks. Where was it? I had something for this ready. Oh, here we go.
Oh, is that why you've strapped a bomb to your chest?
Oh, this isn't a bomb. These are road flares. Road flares.
All right, that was not necessarily a bomb pot, but a firework pot. Just little bang, just a little boost, just a little bit to get them started. So, all right, who else do we have? Professor didn't ship it last night. Our WPT Steps tournament. We had an epic comeback between GK and Alex. Alex was down to less than a big blind. GK had like a massive advantage. It was like 15-30 with a 30K big blind ante, and found his way from going to like 30K to winning it outright. So always good action in our tournament final table. Try to keep you entertained throughout the week. And this kind of lineup here, expect should be a pretty action-heavy game. Should be, like we've seen in a lot of these streams where when you put good players together, they're just always trying to get the lead on one another. So that's where you get into 3-bet and 4-bet town, and it just adds a little extra bit of spicy touch here on TCH Live. Dudley here now looking at the $25 straddle. Boots here with the 9 deuce suited. He says, all right, let's get going here. Dud's unfortunately going to have no part of it. William Armstrong, Dudley's going to win it all tonight. Sonny Kane, there's my big daddy, laugh emoji. We got Logan Skelton here in the chat. Nuke pot. Everyone goes all in regardless of stack size. The winner gets all the money. Yeah, that I can see a few objections happening before the money went in. Unless you've got a lot of people that have been just hanging around with Sailor Jerry all day. They're like, let's go sailing with Jerry. All right, nuke pod, everybody. Andrew Romero, thank God for TCH Hart. What's going on? The usual suspect, Matty J. All of our favorites piling on in here for 5, 10, 25. And also Quad Deuces here today at Texas Card House. Playing the cash games. And you yourself hit Quad deuces, that is a TCH cruise. Covered right there for you. Heading on into March of 2022. Check out more details at texascardhouse.com as her boy Lottie was with us last night on stream. Certainly enjoy the experience as Mikey Side's going to open middle position. Slicer going to defend his $25 straddle. Ace deuce offsuit and a board that connects to nobody. Mikey Side's backdoor heart draw and wheel draw has shown a propensity to be going to be, if he's going to raise pre-flop, he's going to see bet almost the majority of the time when check two heads up, except in, and that is a pretty standard situation to continue to do so. And Slicer with no reason to try to have to fight for any dollars left out there. So, all right, Lottie, good evening. Jared Tressler, Phil Helmuth. Max, what was the buy-in for this game? This is a 5-10 uncapped, I believe, minimum 2,000 max of whatever the heck you feel like their partner, Texas Poker, alive and well. Comes Chris here with the $100 open to 100. Right in middle position, electing to go 4x. The 25, Dudley, Slicer, no interest here in coming along as. Now, see, we've got Alex going to go ahead and defend and going to flop top pair here in a pretty clean board for him. Chris connected here to the 3 of hearts on some whatever potential backdoors, but Alex, massive advantage. We'll see. Elects maybe just to call this point. Wouldn't expect to raise him off this board. There's no real particular obvious draws outside of, say, Jack 10, 10, 9. Going to pair up trips here and actually turn Chris a flush draw. And with a queen pairing, Chris could put together in some universe that Alex maybe calls him out of the straddle with some kind of 8x combo, mid-pair, drawing type of hands that, okay, I have range advantage. I have all the big hands I'm supposed to opening in this spot. And as we see here, Alex with trips and not going to go anywhere. May opt to put in a raise, but going to call it one more time as we head off to the river. Going to be a 5-bolt, giving Chris a bit of showdown value, but Alex feeling like maybe his man was going to be able to try to go one more time, and Chris just going to be able to check it right back on there in the end. Jason Hollister, what's up, boys? What's going on? Alice Chains, I've got range advantage. Okay. All right, what else do we have going on in? Mike, any favorite gymnast apparatus? You're a vault guy. I've always been kind of more impressed by the rings. Like, that seems like a huge test in her shoulders to be able to kind of maneuver around like some of those gymnasts can. I just feel like my shoulders start to hurt just thinking about trying to hang on to one of those. Vault's pretty good, though. William getting himself fired up for Tokyo. Bones now here with the open up here to 75. Alex now here with the big blind that sometimes on a position we see a lot of players opting to put in a 3-bet. Choosing to try to take the lead on the hand then versus play it the more passive route. And Alex is going to opt to do that, go for the 3-betting up to 250. No, this is just about the time players start messing around. Bones deep enough here that he can always take a flop here with 9-7 of clubs. So let's go. Heads up, baby. Let's go. Anderson, what's going on? Hell yeah. Monday Live Cash Poker. Your boy Ethan checking on in. Checked here. Excuse me. Yeah, two pair here by Bones. Alex with no part of this going to lead out 175. And players on the table getting ready here for what is, I believe, Game 4 between Philadelphia and the Atlanta Hawks. Alex here now with the decision. Bones calling 175 right in position. And going to continue illustrating to Bones that, okay, I have a hand here, and I've continued two streets even with two spades, three spades on board. So Bones can reasonably assume that there may be some ace-king with the ace of spades candidates in there. And now actually Alex has made the best hand, though he may be feeling like he has to turn his hand into a bluff at this point. Trying to figure out what in the world Bones had called with two streets, and is he getting trapped? Is he up against a different draw with no spades in his hand, no blockers? Bones now here getting to the end and wonders, okay, if he had a marginally strength hand, is there any way that I can represent a spade big enough that I can push him out, or do I just maybe hope he's getting squirrely with like 10 jack or king jack or something? And that is a look down by Bones that says, okay, what the hell happened here? As Lottie, well, winter games greater than the summer games. Curling is where it's at. Curling is good. Gymnastics better. Darts best. You probably have to be too surprised that generally international basketball is one of my favorites, but that's I'm gonna have to really sit and think on that. Some of the old time. I don't know. I've never that gung ho for it. I will watch it sometimes, appreciate it, but it's just never something I'm going like, yes, I can't wait. Okay, all right, next hand. Boots here with the open of the cutoff to Jack 10. Mikey sides going to put in the 3-bet to 310.
Checks on live stream. Check change.
Boots feeling like, it's a little too big for me to try to go play it. The old Mikey. We'll go ahead and lay it down as Ethan, Olympic fishing. Alan, Winter Olympics suck. War Eagle, our boy Hillbilly checking on in. Don't forget to hit like, click, subscribe. 21,500 subs. And our content continued to expand and grow, and hopefully continue to pump out the hits here on TCH Live. As Frank Noto says, don't forget about the ladies. Of course. Oh, yeah, beach volleyball. I think that's always fantastic. Ethan says, no lie, I heard the Knits voice in my dreams last night. I need therapy. Well, here's Lottie's suggestion about therapy. Call them. Alex now putting in a 3-bet on the button after Boots had opened. And Boots going to be denied the right to go post fly for the second time. As about what we expected. players just trying to take the aggressive stance in position, and guys trying to come on in and open the action and deciding better of it. So, Jason Hollister, I need to get my ass out there to Austin and get in y'all's games. Hey, we appreciate you being out here. You'll get out here at some point, does. Okay, the net needs to gamble it up more. R.L. Stanton, cat juggling is highly underrated. Yeah, maybe this might be the year the Americans bounce back in that. I mean, the Japanese have been just absolutely stellar in that. William, do you have if you can have the frozen tundra. All right, here we go. We've got Pierre on the open tees. 3 bones with a couple of aces and something delicious to drink. So, let's see if he creates a sizing Pierre decides to come along with. And I would be, again, surprised maybe if he tried, but he could have woke up this morning choosing violence. Now, there's just going to be taking it down right there. So, all right, so we had our bad beat jackpot hit up in Dallas, but it is still climbing back up again, currently at $11,605. We also announced on the live stream last night on the tournament final table that Brad Owen and Andrew Navy will both be coming to visit Austin and Houston at some point in July. We will have the full details released soon. So be on the lookout for that. Match will include a TCH Live appearance. Slicer here with the open middle position, ace of hearts, 10 of diamonds, and Chaz here with the old 6-9, going to put in the 3-bet to 225. And these guys just don't want to go, hey, I do not want to go play against good players out of position with just kind of marginal holdings that could be taken to Valiant Town. So we've seen a lot of really disciplined folds. If you had your speakers up, you can hear the sweet sounds of the old Chaz laugh. Jason Hollister, you guys have high range feedback on your audio at the moment. Well, I mean, it seems like I think we're okay. I've got a pretty healthy feed into my headset as far as what the table's saying currently, so I'm going to try to kind of take a little bit more of a step back approach and see if you guys can gather some of the table sound a little bit more if you want me to pipe in. Or just I can just shut up for periods of time. Here we go. Raise up to 75. Mikey sides 3-bet here to 250. So Mikey sides putting in, well, a pretty standard sizing of we've seen it here at this point. And Alex says, okay, this is a hand I can go heads up with. And open ender here for Alex. Mikey sides whiffed on this, does have backdoor hearts with overs. And as you would expect, the 3-better going to c-bet and plop down the same bet size, 250. Alex obviously not having any reason to go anywhere. Let's see if this turn call. Top pair, the old top pair, top kicker, Mikey Science. Alex has made his hand, has turned the nuts, and now we'll see just how much he can extract there from his opponent. So 1,000 right there in the middle. like you're going to exercise some pot control, check back. A little surprised by that. I mean, I think in this absolute spot, it's the correct move. I guess he can assume that there's a lot of sets, draws, hands that are not necessarily, no matter if he tries to barrel like a turn price, like he's just not getting them to fold. So opting for the other route, and we'll inch the muck because Alex taking his opponent straight to Value Town, instant Value Town here with 800 being called right on the end. Next hand, let's see if we'll go with the old double straddle. Boots on the 25. And all right, William Armstrong, Mandola's Italian Kitchen, once a year fried chicken on Sunday PSA. I heard it's good. Word to the wise. That's Jedi Master Ted. How about that epic comeback Alex made last night? Boy, howdy. My friend JTN here in the house. Alex here, early position, raise ace-2 suited. And folks, we may actually see a flop. That this is not a drill. We are going to see a flop. And Boots here with Queen 6 saying, okay, I don't give a rip. Is 9-3-9. Ace-2 is technically still the best of it. Backdoor spades. 8-ball right here on the turn. Boom. Bet here by Boots, sizing up, but most of his opponents have probably missed everything and just gets to go ahead and get it on through. So, all right, we've got 42 likes here currently with 330 people watching. I know some of you are like, why do we always have to keep asking for the likes?
I'm not going to, so quit asking.
No way, I will never stop asking you to hit that like button for us. It shoots us out into the YouTube algorithm, out into the world, so people can get the good word of Texas Card House Live as the dude talking flying solo here tonight. Try get a little bit more laid back pace and see if you, the viewer, can actually kind of discern what is being picked up by the table mics. Looks like we're going to go multi-ways here as Alex opened with 6s. With the old Queen Jack and Boots here with ace-10 suited. Here we go. Set of 6s here for Alex. Not much happening for anybody else. Over backdoor diamonds for Boots. Bet put down here by Alex in position. And yeah, unless Boots really felt like something was off here, he may float here in this spot just to kind of see what happens. Nothing more for him really to go with here as Alex continues. Gonna go size up, trying to go for the kill, and the old big ass bet. Gonna be able to put it on through the BAB, as we like to call it around the street. Eric Nierenberg, that was Rocky Top. Mandola's damn autocorrection. Gonna be audio files here in the chat. Appreciate you guys tagging along with us. Here for a Monday edition. I can imagine you will catch the dad talking and the Greg talking up on Tuesday night. Ben Kirby, Greg Potter, typically on our Tuesday streams. And Wednesday. Then your boy Aaron McAvoy coming out here on Thirsty Thursdays. 2-5 match stack, which again, if you want to get involved in those games, TCH live list at texascardhouse.com or text us at 512-843-1971. Again, if you are an out-of-towner trying to plan a trip, just, hey, give us as much notice as we can. We could try to accommodate you as best as we can. Okay, JTN, the $9.99 Super Chat. Mike, I thought of a new game. How about Soundbite Bingo, the free space, but of course be the ladies? Bones opens now with the Ace King of Hearts. Dudley electing to 3-bet in position. See if Bones shows some balance here, just electing to maybe smooth in this spot. And like instincts would tell me he would probably 4-bet just out of like habit. But if he maybe thinks Dudley has just a crap hand, like does he necessarily want to blast him off it? So, okay, yeah, I think. You would probably base his assumption that maybe Dudley's got the kind of hand that he does, some weaker ace-x or ace-queen, and for that, it's just able to kind of go, huh, well, do you know if you want to play for, we play for more. Does, hey, our boy Steven Tixey. Senior delivery. I'm a little incensed no one asks if I'm in the chat like they do for Nick from Yuma. I just always assume you are. For what it's worth, here I am. We welcome you here, friend. No, a lot of you are saying, like, why do you read the chat so much? Why?
It's 90% bullshit, but it's entertaining. That's why I read it, because it entertains me. You won't let me read it.
Okay, I still messing around here with her soundboard. What's going on, Robert Baldwin? Ethan, I am broke. I need to win at least 2K tonight in chat pro winnings. I got bills to pay. Ethan, the Chattelorian. Alex just opting a call here out of the big blind with Chris opening one off the under the gun. Off the straddle. Then we're going to go heads up here. King 10 versus pocket niners. There's a C-bet here by Chris in position. The old ace-jack. 4 with 2 clubs board. Alex opting to take it at least one more streak just to see what develops. Deuce of clubs. Chris is 10 of clubs now live. At pocket 9, still technically the best hand, but see a lot of players slow down here on this board. Chris may not be one to do so. As fires once more, as puts it down here for 225 and. Alex can go ahead and give up the hand. All right.
Hand down, man down.
That's right. Hand down, man down. Just get yourself opportunity to be bluffed out of the hand. But, I mean, there's a ton of good reasons to like the fold and like the bet. So, all right, Justin C. Hello, everyone. Polk Drew versus Tom Dewan for the WPT 25K heads. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, yeah, I was watching the live stream on that, and literally I was like, whoa, that's a hell of a first-round matchup. That's like 2 number 1 seeds going at it, like literally out of the gate in the NCAA tournament. Like, seriously? I don't think, Polk said like he's never played him, but Eric Davis says, is that in your soundboard? I'm just always adding stuff here to this, man. You know, it's just like the stick you whittle and continue to just smooth out. So Mikey Sides putting in the 3-bet here out of the small blind after the 75 open, 500 calls. So, but he's saying that all they can hear is the Big Daddy Chaz laugh. Well, for good measure, let's see if this measures. If he wins a big one tonight, we could do the demented Chaz laugh. I think that has been a pretty big hit. Next hand here for us, again, quad deuces on Mondays at cash games at Texas Card House, quad threes on Tuesday, quad fours on Wednesday, pays for the old TCH cruise. Like I said, just a little implied odds, even to more while you're set mining, so. Pierre with the standard open 3x 75 boots. Like, I want to play a hand here, man. 3-bet up hot to 200 and now the call to 125. Here we go, heads up. As good as you can ask for Pierre, top pair with the Queen of Hearts in between the King and the Jack of Hearts, and boots with absolutely no hope on this. Going to try to blast at it here to get his opponent out. And Pierre's going to bring him along here, trying to see if he'll bear once more as the 6 of clubs gives Pierre the complete lock on it, but Boots is a madman at times. Kenny senses the time to pump the brakes, shut it down. Again, no blockers that really help him to a degree to size of the hand that he could potentially represent, but sometimes just naked aggression just works well enough. As let's see it from Pierre's perspective. Does this look like strength, or does this look like somebody trying to kind of pull one on me? So, I mean, would Boots represent aces this way? Would he just 3-bet small to 200? I think that's a reasonable belief, but I think from Pierre's perspective, he can recognize there can be a lot of error with other hands that he's totally getting value from. So 2.5K pot, checking on over here to Boots one more time. Oh, don't do it here. Is he going to go for it? Is he going to go for the Leroy Jenkins? Sip of some liquid courage. Maybe what's needed here to fire one more bullet in this, and Boots. Boots still thinking here as 2.5K and sitting in here with 5.5. So you think about going over bet. Does he rip it? Or does he give up and surrender? This does not look like a man who wants to surrender. Grabbing the blocks. Pot size bet and more, going for the over bet here on. Oh, look at this. Oh my goodness, Boots gets it through.
Mama, there goes that man. Lakers.
Oh my God, and this is unbelievable bet.
When it comes to legalized bank robbing, I'm the best.
That's Boots right there. And a quick fold there by Pierre that Boots really taking his time and able to pump the tempo on that and get Pierre to full top pair here with the queen kicker. Woo! All right, as we continue, hit that like button. Click, subscribe. We stream 6 nights a week. Triple barrel. Raised up now here by Alex is 75. Big Daddy Chaz going to the, okay, just going to flat here over the small blind with ace jack and a 10K slip stack as Josh is in the booth with you, Mikey. It's just me. I'm having the table sound up a little bit, and I'm also kind of stepping back a little bit, so maybe you guys. And then just kind of see what you think of the product. Justin C. Pierre probably figured one pair is never good versus 3 streets. So yeah, I think that's probably sound logic. And a board clean enough that aces probably would have totally taken that route, or potentially ace king could have taken that route, but Bryce Gilbert, doesn't the polarized bet cap him to kings or bluff? Or there's only one combo of kings, so that should be a call because of that bet size. No, I don't necessarily think so. Like it's kind of one of those things we classify on the hashtag Texas Poker column that Kevin McCormick's was, I was just going to say, the tempo of the bet was just sold at best. I think the sizing was a close second. Learned female nature, Boots easily could have had jacks. I accept that. I think that's a fair debate. Like there's, as again, we here at the Chat Pros have all the luxury. Chat side is 30-20, as our good friend Nick from Yuma would say, but Stephen Tick said, I was surprised to see Pierre full, but I don't think it's a king or dust. Yeah, that's probably fair. Next hand here, folks, 5, 10, 25. Seen the occasional 50 double, but the 25 has been pretty consistent here over the last couple of weeks. And Chad's here for the open up to 75. And going to get a Dudley defend and for 50 more of the old queen 3 of hearts. All right, hard draw here for Dudley. And I can't wait for the finest Chat Pro fans in the house, the Dudley boys, to come on in and show their support. I know they're out there somewhere. All right, is going to turn a straight draw to go with a flush draw after it goes bet call. Dudley checking. Chaz also with a straight draw as well as bet here about 275. Dudley again here with a combo draw as Dudley's not folding yet here, so 895 right in the middle. Honest Seth dealing us our river card. It's going to be the 7 of hearts, and puts Dudley in an awkward spot. Like, okay, do you go ahead, lead, turn, or excuse me, lead river? Or do you try to check it to your opponent one more time and see if... Yep, it is going to be a check here by Dudley. Understands Chaz could bet a lot of different hands, including his bluffs, and go for the old checky raising here. There's still a lot of debate there between the pure hand and Dudley just going to call, not electing to go for the check raise. Which I guess probably gets, I mean, there are some potential, like, I guess ace-X holdings that Chaz could have gone to bet turn with, and maybe Dudley could have felt like there was no worse hands that were going to pay him. But nonetheless, it comes out a winner. Welcome back, Duds, out here to the chat streets. I had something for this, but if you'd like to hit us up here with a super sticker or super chat, I appreciate it. Ryan Robb got a check raised there. Yeah, I would probably agree. That would be my more inclination of probably how you generally want to be able to do it, but this is your time to shine, chat pros. Alex going to pick up here this pot as again on Sunday it is our Father's Day special. Fathers get 50% off. You're playing here at Texas Card House. Friday is always 50% for the ladies. And I mean, maybe you can get like 10% off if you just say ladies at the front desk. I'm trying to see if I can get that promotion actually approved. That way everybody at the front desk knows that you're a fan of this program. It's just a dead giveaway because Stephen Tixey laying out the truth here as it's quite possible Pierre would have considered calling King 9 suited more heavily than King Queen if he believed the bluffs to be Ace Queen, Queen 10 hands, and the blocking properties of his hand were just unfavorable. King Queen and Queen 9 are ahead or behind of the same hands, but the Queen is the thought to diminish the EV of a call. Well, there you go. He laid it all out there for you. Chat pros getting it done. Now Chaz here putting in the 3-bet to 225. Alex with a hand that we have no idea what it is. Seen him raise with suited aces, suited connectors. But at this point, his hands remain a mystery. As check over here to Chaz. I am not 100% sure if they're doing 7 deuce here yet, but it would lead me to think that there would be more incentive to do so if that was the case. Nine ball on the turn, so there you go. 9, 8 of spades for Alex. Decision now here to Chaz. So he'd like to fire this turn card after his opponent checks. Like what potential hands because he could potentially drive his opponent out with? What potential hands he could represent for value and try to find that middle ground as we'll go up now here to 1.1K. The overbet on the turn here by Chaz. I think that, yep, that one deserves the demented laugh. Yep. That is going to work here too. As we'll see if he shows it. That'll be our clue to see if. And that does look like the 7 deuce game is on for the table. So there's the big daddy we all know and love, getting it done. Making it happen here with the old 7 deuce. So, all right, what else do we got going on here on the schedule again? We've got our WPT Steps 2 monthly main event happening. Last Sunday of the month, 20K prize pool. It is a $330 single reentry tournament. Again, on Sunday the 27th. I am guessing we are not doing the... Yeah. But for this Sunday, are we doing WPT Steps 1 or... Yeah, because I don't see that specifically on the schedule. So I wonder if that... Okay, we'll figure it out. But we'll correlate. Currently in the room right now, we got like 3-1-2 no limit tables, 2-5 game happening, and our 5-10. Yeah, I would assume we would normally... All right. All right, we got Chaz opening here to King 10, excuse me, to 275 of the King 10 of spades. Chris opting to put in the old 3-bet. All right, here the 4-bet by Pierre. Chris had tried to open up here with the 7 deuce, and it is not happening. So ABB, LOL, looking to meet women in a poker room. Good luck, Chief. Magic the Gathering conventions are poontang parties compared. Well, yeah, that's a that is quite a hot take there. So, okay, what else do we got going on here with you? Again, keep hitting that like button for us. Subscribe. Right now here at 76 likes to 546 watching.
Pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
Yeah, right numbers in this racket. All right. This looks to be a 20 straddle. Mikey Sides going to get the old Pantera respect walk. As we carry on into the next hand, again, streaming 6 nights a week, we've got our Bazongo major massive game up in Dallas, the old 10-25-50. Greg Potter and Ben Kirby hosting that along with the Wednesday one, generally 2-5. But, yeah, it is always good to be connected to us to TCH.Dallas or TCH.ATX. So if you, have a special event or a change in schedule, number one way to stay informed besides banging home that subscribe button. It looks like we are at 9-handed here tonight. A little bit more breathing room out there for the action to continue. Okay. Slicer here with Jacks, and they'll raise up here to 75. Typically a spot here again where out of the small blind, ace queen generally gets 3-bet almost every time, and it is going to be Alex opting to do so, which puts Mikey Signs in a difficult spot. Does just going to cold call the old 3-bet. And now puts Slicer in a position where, okay, now he could probably go up to 4. Unless he perceives maybe Mikey Sides to be trapping with the big hand or Alex to actually have something. But I expect he's probably going to go at least 700. A little bit more than that, Chief. Up to 975. And Alex trying to size up this spot. And tough spot here for Alex. Do you want to just call 700 here out of position? He's looking like he's opting to go that route. As Slicer's not played a ton of hands here, and what do you think, guys? Is this a call? Is this a fold? Slicer bringing the hammer here to 975, and I just don't think I've ever seen anybody 5-bet ace-queen on this program. Maybe there is a first for everything, but Alex, is it just going to rip, or is it going to actually go for another size higher up to 2,600? Flipping the tables now back here to Slicer as I know Mikey Science to be a little bit of the splashy variety. I would not expect them to be in with pocket eights for very much longer, but back here now to Slicer to 1.6K. The call is sitting with about 8.8. So calls 1.6. Well, we're going to have like 5.5 there in the middle. So we'll leave Alex with essentially just one pot size bet after if Slicer were to call in position. So it's more of a does he interpret this to be the kind of re-raise with the top tier of hands? And I am seeing some skepticism, and he's going to go lay it down. Alex, pedal to the freaking metal. 5-bet ace-queen. It gets it through. So, hey, Josh Brown in Australia, great production. The old 299 super chat, great production as always. Mikey Carroll, thank you. Moose Duty validated parking, no good. I am the maritime law, so. All right, we'll continue on here with the next hand.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand.
Well, Alex coming to bring the heat here tonight. Does Boots opening here with ace 4 spades, and Alex now here with pocket fives after just 5 betting. The old ace queen of diamonds to get his opponent to full jacks. And So Chris going to come along as well with the straddle of the 6-4. All right, 6 deuce 8. Technically 6-4 with the best hand boots the pre-flop raiser. Hey, there's Apple. There are men and then there are gods. And today we are just graced to be in the presence of one of the all-time GOATs. Gonna turn a 4 here as we'll give Alex a straight draw. He did bet 150. Chris now here with 2 pair as bet at 375. So Chris originally check called as he was first to act. Alex bet his hand in position. And has got some life to be able to win this one here in the end. Oh, wow, he is actually going to raise this up here. Okay, so he's blocking a lot of the straight combos. He would be sitting there thinking, why would he check call, I guess? Or what can he check call lead? That is all that strong. So Chris going to make the call. We'll see if he fades whatever is on the end there. And okay, we got a 5 on the end. So we got a 5. Okay, I see what happened here. So it went Chris betting out 750 on the river and Alex calling once put one liner out to straight and oh boy, Alan Piscatella, why is Apple never on the string? He is a man of mystery and probably hard to track down. Who knows the life this man leads, but all it ever is legendary. So yeah. He'll sometimes get in the mix in the 2-5 stream, and I would honestly have meetup games for him every week of the year. I think he could be an international phenomenon. Same way like coins is, people love coins. Boots opens now to 75. We're going to see Mikey Science go all the way up here to the 3-bet to 5 hundo. Yeah, some people here in the chat here. Okay, here we go. That's what scared money is, boys. Don't play poker if you're that guy. Slip is dead. Yeah, 4-bet full with Jack. They continue to remind me of how trash a player I am. Those are 2 very contrary takes. Keep them spicy. Boots able to call on the 425 as here we go. Everybody gets a little piece of it. Middle pair for Boots, top pair for Mikey. Boots also with backdoor diamonds as well. Steven Tick said, that's right. Scared money rarely has 8K in front of him. That is just like I said, the amount of times that you ever see a 5-bet that is a hand that Jacks is usually ahead of. And I mean, that is just well timed by Alex to be able to sense that was the kind of hand that was 4-betting and then just going for the big flex. So, you know, there's not a fold out of fear. Like, that's not, like, literally Slicer was in the biggest pot I think we've had in TCH Austin with Jacks on a king high board with 2 spades or 3 spades. So if I recall correctly. So that's wow, massive turn card here for Boots, and gives him the old royal draw. Top two here for Mikey Sides. Mikey here with about 1.3 left, so I can imagine for Boots he may just opt to try to put it all in at this point. I mean, he can go for the call. I think that's fairly reasonable, but 10 ball here on the end, so he's made 2 pair himself. And Mikey Sides saying, I can't believe it. He's not going to believe the good word that his 2 pair is actually best, and probably assuming some 9X or Ace-X buried underneath there, but Mikey Sides will not be dejected today. So Steven Tick said the invitation is open to play in this game, folks. Austin, Texas, book your flight, take our money. I listened to the Tim Dillon show yesterday, and I was very sad to hear that he just laid right into Austin as he announced that he is moving out of here, which probably a welcome sign out to anybody here that's lived in this city of somebody gleefully exiting. So, okay, Paul Kim, sorry I don't play in the minor league. Jonathan, I'm coming to Austin. Wodiel says I'm only 10,000 kilometers away from Texas. This Milky Boy is a whiner. Josh Brown, the overhead camera looking great. Very crisp. Excellent. Well, no hand there as I think Pierre getting a walk out of the straddle. Trying to see what other promotions try to keep you all in the loop. So the longer you play, the more you save. If you go on here for 10 hours straight or more, you get 40% off your time. If you play 7 hours straight, that's 30% off. If you play for 5 hours straight, that's 20% off your hourly rate. Also free between 10 a.m. to noon. So trying to, as best we can, to create incentives that can find windows of time to save a little bit of those dollar bills. Again, if you have any questions, how do you get an invitation to the live stream game? Says Christopher Montan. Okay, if you're interested in playing, again, email TCH live list at texascardhouse.com. You can just read the scroll right along the bottom of your screen to give you the deets, to give you the tails. Deets and the tails. All right, there's Chaz. A 3-bet to 325. All right, we're going to get a flop here. 10, 3, 6 here with 2 hearts. Chaz here with a 9 of hearts in his hand. Alex with backdoor spades and a gutter ball. Bet plop right back down there here by the old Big Daddy. See this candidate. I mean, I can see it. Be seeing a lot of cash players tend to float this spot here, just as. Let's see if this induces a check back here. If we do not see Alex lead, be fascinated to see what Chaz does. He think that Alex maybe came along with a 10 jack, a queen 10. Some kind of heart combo. it would probably be hard to imagine him believing that would open and then call the 3-bet up 325 with the hand say like 5-4 or. So there's plenty of scenarios I think in Chaz's mind where he believes that maybe I'm getting called here by 8s and 7s. Is going to drive him out here as the old Big Daddy. Yep, just a little bit. Just a small taste of the Chaz laugh, but go ahead. Hit that like button for us. 96 early on. So we still got about 3 more hours of showtime. Mike Emblett here flying solo for the evening. This is like an old school throwback where some of the first original episodes was not with another voice. So I'm just kind of out here trying to figure it out on the fly in the first ones, and everything went so well, and they said, hey, you can kind of keep going. So for the most part, all of our chat pros keeping it real here tonight, not getting too out of line. And I'm just going to knock on wood here for that. So, TCH Live, how is keto? It's good. I'm staying disciplined. I'm just trying to, keep it reasonable. That's Ace Queen and 8-6 and the old Ace King 5 board. Just doing it consistently and saying no to everything that is bad. But I am still saying yes to C4, the unofficial sponsor of every one of my broadcasts. So Peter Moss, sometimes it's better I can deal with your voice. Heck yes. Brian Craven, as always, y'all should mic up the players that are on live, or at least put a mic on the dealer so we can hear table chat. So, for the 1000th time, and I'm not trying to be rude, but there's overhead boom mics that a lot of other streams have. They've done the same things, but for whatever reason, can only be turned up so high and still be kind of audible. We've tried some of the lapel mics once, and players are still kind of like, kind of 50-50 on it. Plus, with the delay, there's been some handicaps. But we've got a new content producer that we are actually trying to work to see if we can make that process smoother. But it is eventually a goal, and I think if we were able to do that, it's a little bit less taxing on the commentators and broadcasters over a 4-hour stream than it's. Calling the hand and then being able to allow some of the table talk to actually happen, and then when the moments where there are really spots where you could be like, that's debatable here, that's where you've got the voice of reason. And Alex does not need any reason to 4-bet or have to justify, and it's 4-bet here to 850. Alex open, Pierre 3-bet here with 9s, and now with position on Alex at 575, more to call. He's going to call as we go heads up. Ryan Wright, yep, been the voice of TCH Poker since the start. That's a big deal, man. I'm just trying to keep better. We're trying to keep getting better and trying to find what's right for this channel. And Alex here with the overpair and also the ace of spades. But I agree with some other people, too. I think the best dynamic is commentator, analyst, somebody who plays in the game or has a big familiarity that can take you a couple of steps deeper into some of the thought processes and why they may be correct or incorrect. Bet a 600 here as Pierre seeing an 8-high board, going to call, and at least go take it one more straight. Does Alex now here seeing this pot balloon up to 2.9K. Can probably reasonably assume here at this point that his opponent has all the overpairs of nines, tens, jacks, maybe even queens. So now does he create an inviting enough bet that he gets max value? Bet here at 2.3K, so just under full size pot. In too deep in LA, two commentators are much better than one commentary. Need funny more than good analysis, in my opinion. Yeah, that's always, I think. And actually, we are going to get a call by Pierre, so a king here on the end, and the card I wonder is if it's bad for Alex from a extract value standpoint of there's just so many hands that if any of his bluff candidates are being perceived at that point have kind of arrived there that can get more fold outs, and I would think he would be very undaunted of the thought of like, oh, okay, my opponent have kings and it just smacked it here, because I think kings has probably taken an even more active approach on flop and turn. So, all right, you get to name your price yet again here. It does. Alex taking his time here. I know he's got a bet size in mind. The ace says all of it. And a quick fold here by Pierre has. All right, next hand is. Wonder when we will get a dealer change, and then a bomb pot happening. It might be happening right now. In too deep in LA, I think one solid commentator is better than two garbage ones. You know, I would probably agree. I think that's always. I think in this particular, however you want to call it, niche, I guess, in poker, like it's. You're going to have to be careful with, like, okay, when do I have to be quiet? When do we step on, and when do we step off? And maneuver away from points and also highlight the stuff that kind of matters. So I always just enjoyed the style that Gabe Kaplan had, where the old high-stakes poker where you just had kind of that perfect synergy, which it's also still different when it's, you know, pre-recorded after the actual sessions have happened. So Jedi Test Master Teb, what about three garbage ones? Oh boy, that would be absolute. AABB, announcer dude. Are poker shills common in Texas card rooms, or is that a dead profession there too, like in the Northeast? I don't know necessarily what like a shill. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna run into. No, but I mean, maybe in like a home game or something like that, like you might run into it, but not like I think in any Texas card room would there be house players being clocked in to have to pay. So into deep in LA, a solid point. The The big question, the being quiet for the table talk is very difficult to manage unless you have consistently good talkers at the table. In my opinion, otherwise you're constantly stopping for non-entertaining stuff. Yeah, that is the duality of this. Is like there's people that don't care, and there's people that strongly are like table talk. There's another side of the coin that is like, no, we want the podcast format commentators. Sean going to be the new player here on the table, so I feel like we've seen him here before, but all right. We did get somebody bet on this. We see a full down for the majority as trying to load up all the hands here, and it's like Philly leading Atlanta 28-20. That game at State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia, home of Trae Young and the Hawks. We'll see here without DeAndre Jordan if they're going to be able to find a way to tie up this series or else. All right, here we go. As was Boots in the hand. Boots betting 500, Slicer calling. Slicer having, it looks like, two pair with a straight draw. Boots with God knows what here, folks. Slicer had bet and then Boots had called the flop, so Boots putting out here 1.6. Slicer's going to look him up here as going to see the ace-10, 7-4 peeling on over. So he started with top two, turned to straight draw, and then bangs home the river. All right, next hand. PM. Hey, everyone. How you doing, sir? Thanks for popping on in. Make sure to keep hitting that like button for us. Trying to keep up with all the fine chat pros and legends that inhabit our chat. Okay, JJ, forget all this talk about commentators and miking up the players. We curse too much anyway. Where are the TCH equivalent to the Royal Flush Girls? That's what we need. All right, we got a horny alert in the chat. Got a horny guy here. Okay, that's okay. That's, it seems like a more difficult problem to kind of work for the cameras more than anything. All right, as it heats up here in the city, ERCOT giving us a word here today that they're telling us that it's time. Hey, you people out there in Texas need to conserve your power. We told you everything was going to be good after all the last things that happened here February. Said, don't worry about it. We got it. We got it. So hopefully we'll get it through. We don't have. I asked E to be here in the commentary booth tonight. He was not able to, so we feel like we dodged one bullet as far as stream mushing here tonight. So, and we will hold on tight here for you. As boy, it's hot everywhere. So I'm not here to say it's hotter or more warm than your town. Enjoy the sun, folks. Okay, as we move on here to the next hand, 5-10-25, I think. I got a misdeal. We're going to have to do this again, so. Now, here on Saturdays as well, we have our $100 second chance tournament as a $3K guarantee to first place. You can either do one re-entry or an add-on at the break. Pretty good tournament. It's been kind of growing here on Saturdays. Also play a PLO free roll on Fridays. Great opportunity to punt off with 4 cards here at TCH. ERCOT says to conserve electricity, so should we continue to stream? The dilemma. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be us that would be causing the massive stress on the grid. As somebody out of ERCOT headquarters. Sir, we've got a problem. There seems to be some live stream going that's eating up all our juice. Shut it down. Okay, all right. Boots here on the button with the old King 7 offsuit. Walter Rutledge, more often than not, the table talk will end up with some guy talking about something crap that no one wants to hear, and he won't stop talking about it. Yeah, that could also be the case. And then somebody might talk about something that might get the channel a strike. So that those are kind of the internal questions. It might even be something totally intentional. If they talk about doing something or some talk. I mean, it's a lot of other caveats. Michael Tilton, when is quote ladies' night at TCH on air? I don't think we did one before before the shutdown, as we had Chris open now here to 100, Alex here with Pocket Kings. Three bet here to 500 and usual suspect. The chat runs on methane. Boy, that is spicy. Okay, so Alex putting in a 3-bet here to 500 with Kings. Chris now here with a $400 decision. And he will press the call button. No, it's okay, Brian. It's literally because it has been a as we get more and more people here, like it is becoming like a topic, and it is as a topic for us doing the show just because, like, hey, we want to make our folks happy and at least invite you into the discourse as to, like, okay, this is not a willing decision on our part to just be like, you know what, screw the viewers. We don't want them happy. It's a little complicated for the keyboard warriors. Well, I have another Chat Pro sound effect here, too, that I can introduce. There you go. I was saving it for a special occasion, but there you go. Alex here in between Boots and Chris with Pocket Kings here in the Jack Ape 2 Hearts board. I think I might actually be hearing the table live because I'm getting a healthy dose of the Chaz laugh, and it is as majestic and respectful as it gets. So Chris flopping the heart draw. Checky. Boots now here with a straight draw. As Boots hammers down the old 1.1 cage, a little under half size pot. 2. Okay, so yeah, this is so tricky here for Alex multi-way. But he's not a believer yet. Not putting up what either of these guys are putting down. Chris, now here paired board, straight draw, flush draw. The man to his left is Sean, has just arrived here at the table. Chris also going to come along here. 6K pot, 9-ball on the end. Could this be another opportunity for Boots to take this pot down? Alex checks. Chris probably going to check. And now Boots with 6.8K in his stack. Unless Chris decides maybe he wants to cause a commotion here. He still has not acted, so he is still leaving some room in his decision-making process to potentially go for it. And now Boots. Will he do it? He's got 10 high. This will never be good at showdown, but does he believe either of his opponents have a hand that will snap him off here? Here it goes. It's not going to be a big bet, though. Look at this, an 850 bet into a pot of 6,000 now by Boots. This looks so suspicious. Do you fold? You can't fold kings here, can you? No, you absolutely cannot. And unfortunately, Chris here, third to the party, is going to shove all in for 2.6K. Does Alex call him here in this spot? 1.7K more. There's already so much in there. He's going to count it out now as this played in such the strangest fashion I ever imagined this would have gone down. Boots betting near the minimum of what I think you'll typically see in this spot, just hoping he can fold out the king highs and ace highs potentially there. You get Alex calling with kings that got put into such a confounding spot on this board. And then just a 2.6K river check raise, getting it through. Okay, there it is. I've seen everything here on TCH Live. Oh, my goodness. The chat absolutely going bonkers here because players just conditioned to identify these spots and realizing generally raises here are just never punts. Boots here with a couple of ladies getting this one through. And I don't even know if there's a soundbite for that. That is just, I mean, maybe there is one. Okay. US saying, somebody also mentioned that Boots, a fine enjoyer of fine wine. I had heard he was given a bottle of some very good expensive stuff from a distinguished gentleman. And Boots, the savage he is, chucked that down in like an hour. And that's kind of like one of those special private glasses. And that's why it's one of our favorites. Is Boots now here with the open to 75. Going to get call. Comes out of the old 10-3-5 board.
You just hope we both missed our hearts or something?
All right, I bet at 125 and All right, 9-ball here on the end. We still have no idea what Chris has. And nope, there you go. Ace King. Really no post-flop action after this. Is pretty much checked it all the way through. So Bob saying he was getting 5-1. I should have snapped it off. Yeah, that's one of those things that you can tell yourself it's pot odds, and then you just kind of go buy the action, buy the. You have no idea you're actually you're catching a punt right there and returning it right to the end zone. Walter Rutledge should do. Yeah, okay. Do you have to? All right, 129 likes. You've been enjoying the entertainment of the evening. Go ahead and keep pumping those rookie numbers up.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
Yeah. All right. Wings. No wonder it's a very strong smell back here in the studio. That once you start giving up all the good stuff and you smell it, you're like, it's like that Pepe Le Pew kind of deal. Where it's just like smell something back in the booth. There's no, for like the last 5-6 days, staying on it. Like that just. Oh yeah, I know that. That's. Just got to make sure you don't get like the sugary, kind of like barbecue-y sauces on it. Okay. Give the bloody blimey thumbs up, says break up Google now. Hope I not get the channel strike just by reading that sentence. But, okay. Somebody asking there how much the massage on the table, $1.50 a minute. 5 professionals at Texas Royal Touch, a licensed massage therapist. Tori there amongst the best of the bunch. You can't go wrong, as massage on the table always does the body good. And now I'm hearing Bones give the reports on algae, where to look for it, how to try to spot it, how to try to make sure that it's safe for your dog to swim. And what a heck of a guy. He's going to flop trip 9s on kings, though. Not much of a pot built up here to this point, but Bones way out in front has. All right, there's a 5-ball here on the end. So Bones going to trip 9s. Going for the check call. We'll see, does it go for the check raise? Bet here of 800. Now does Bones think, is there any value I can extract here with a check raise? Andrew Morales, best dealer in Austin. Shout out Ben V. Boy, there's a lot of really good ones around. Let's see. Figured I'd say something witty since all my comments are getting read out loud. So now here Bones with the check raise 2.5K. And based on this run out here, does tricky one here for Alex is what can you perceive as a bluff here that is a move that is being made on this? The opponent maybe call with pocket 5, spike a set for the old check raise, maybe turn 10's full. Would they have just called with jacks? So if you're Alex here, you're just trying to size, okay, what kind of random hands could Bones but try to go for here in the spot? Does maybe some other show might read that joke, AB, but no, we're gonna go ahead and click the remove button. Yeah, leave that for the other guy's show. Okay, Alex now facing in again 1.7 more in the pod now here with 4K in it. Of course, Bones getting in that massage quitty. You could be perceived as being a little loosey-goosey because you're getting all loosey-goosey because you're getting all the stress and all the pain and inflammation out. And the old check raise with trips gets through here for Bones with a 5.7K pod here on Monday night. TCH Live 51025. Get hyped. Okay. It's been a tough night for Alex with Kings. Has been put in some confounding spots. One where he had the best hand and one where he did not. And there is going to have to try to mentally recover since. So, Bob, he must take notes on Rampage. Okay, it's obligatory if you mention Rampage. Where is it? There we go. Well, we got another hand. We've got Dudley of the Dudley Boys raising up here to 75. Sean has not gotten tangled up with anything here. We'll call a lot of the small blind with ace-4 ace-4 of clubs. Kevin Lee, I'm heading there in a few weeks. How can I get on the live stream? Again, if you read the bottom, crawl there. Email us, TCH Live List, Texas Card House, or text 512-843-1971. That's sad, Mike. Are you referring? Did I make you sad? I never tried to make you sad, Bob. 9-8 deuce. As also everybody else coming along on this, and Slicer, the one to bet 150 to drive everybody out, and that will be over and out. Ian McKenzie, who is Rampage. James Conboy, have we seen a Rampage punt yet? It is. You can almost set your watch to it. If you're watching Rampage, you're going to see a punt happen here or there. But we've not quite really seen a punt. We almost saw a punt that could have been returned for a touchdown, but got through. I3E Telegeese 84. Bones is Jeff Bezos' degenerate gambling brother. Nah. Bones is actually going to the moon. Okay. Carlo, the chat is here. The chat is here. Lock into your seats here, chat bros. It's time to do your thing. Chat's opening here to 75. Sean, new player here to the table. Just sat down probably no more than 20 minutes ago. William Lottie, pointing out that more than half this table is at or below the hashtag Lottie line. Shame, shame. Okay, that's... Check here by Chaz, who opened this to 75 and then called the 3-bet. Bet of 175. Chaz not going anywhere. As turn to king. All right, we got some talk of the CIA. Big fans of us. I'm sure they've checked out our show many times. King pairs up here on the turn, a pot of 890. Chaz going to go for the soul read here. Called him once, going to call him twice. This man plays a lot of poker. His instincts, his spidey sense, as strong as anybody's here, but I don't think anybody would fault him. Sean did elect for a down bet of 175. Now 375 to a pot of 1.3. Oh, wow, we've got great conspiracy talks here in the chat. Queen ball here on the end, so Chaz pairing up, and now I would expect them to call just most any bet, unless maybe Sean goes super polar and like really sizes up here. Let's see. Nathan Kenna says hyper-intelligent shrimp are being developed by the Pentagon to exceed and surpass the human race. Wow, those are some pretty powerful shrimp. That's just something you used to say at Long John Silva's. Okay, there's bet of 1.1K insta call by the Big Daddy. And I think that's good for a demented Chaz live. All right. There you go. There's also a little quote by a man named Omar Little.
Hey, yo, lesson here, babe. You come at the king, you best not miss.
Folks trying to run bluffs through the Big Daddy. Find themselves on the wrong side of it. All right, Philly leading Atlanta. The chance to go up potentially 3-1 here unless Trae Young can work his magic. But the long and lengthy Philadelphia 76ers causing havoc. It could be counting down what has been a really good season for the Hawks, but the Sixers with aspirations to go all the way here to the finals. Not one of those goddamn casino spammers here in the chat. Be gone with you, sir. Be gone. All right, we'll get him out of here. Does be gone, vile man. Okay, there's every once in a while you get a spammer that seeks his way through here. And then we just lead him right back out. Almost an hour 45 here into the program. Keep hitting that like button for us. Click subscribe. Mike Emblett flying solo here for this edition of 510. Looks like we will get an add-on by Sean as Curtis Teal saying, let's go Sixers. CBK to hell with the spammers. Yeah, we don't get it too often, but every once in a while we'll just decide to unleash hell. There's Pierre now with the open to 75 slice. We're going to call with Jack 7. All right, Pierre going to see bet and take it down. No sign of Nick from Yuma yet here today, but We're allowed days off. The mayor of Chatsville is allowed to take a vacation every once in a while. But if you want to make sure that you always see our stream when we're on 6 nights a week, we suggest you ring that bell right next to the subscribe button. That way you get a notification as soon as we go live. We typically start at 6 p.m. for all of our cash games, 6 p.m. Central Time. And then tournament times are generally to be determined. You can always see, at least within our channel, try to at least give you a heads up once we've kicked into the lay and we've launched everything. So Saturdays and Sundays, Saturday in Dallas, Sunday with the WPT Steps Series. Break up Google now. Younglet is doing a heck of a job, Brownie. Thank you. Sean now going for the goods here with the 7 deuce. Is going to flop out King Jack 7. He's made bottom pair, but up against the 2 opponents on this board, feeling not too compelled to try to attack it just yet. As bet here by Slicer as he turns jacks and 9s. Meet no resistance, as we'll go ahead and pick up the cheddar. $5, $10, $25. The Dallas game, as always, is bonkers, as crazy, as nutso as ever. The highlights dropping again from Brad Owen's appearance up in Dallas. And we also did get the good news, if you just joined us, that Brad and Andrew coming back for the second leg of the Texas tour here in July is when we're expected. So if you want to go get your Bradley Dawdlers, you'll have your chance to do so in Houston and Austin. Boots here with a real hand up to 75 with Kings. Mikey Sides stepping right into it here for the call of 55. That's Queen, Queen 6. Checky here on this board, and then bet call for some reason. All right, bet Boots not betting 400. We'll get no payoff on the Rivas. Wheatcroft family, this doesn't look like the BBW Bikini Bash. Well, no kidding. All right, talking about Priest yet again. Good lord. Sometimes, folks. That's unbelievable. Anyway. Jeremish 13, is there a schedule with players or something posted anywhere? It's actually a good point. Like, that is something that we need to probably post graphics of the actual schedule on the just the Sunday through Saturday, and post that on the old Instagram, generally tch.atx, tch.dallas. Probably something we need to do a little bit more on the ATX side of things, the stuff that helps promote the channel, but BTC at 40,568. All right. That's probably why there's some pep in the step of nerds everywhere. And I ain't being a hater. I'm just saying. There's times you look at, you see where it's going, man. That's enough to put happiness to anybody. As Boots opens through to 75, Alex 3-betting, probably the highest frequency on the table at this point. Need all both of these players with absolute air. Lear and female nature. Hey, don't call BTC people nerds. I'm clearly joking. I have great admiration for the crypto community. I do not want to cause revolt from any of the Bitcoin people. Lord knows what you can do with it to hurt others if you actually try to not. Uh-oh, we got another spammer alert. I'm gonna bop a spammer. Boom. In record time. Okay. Rezu Wadafgor. Okay, that's too complicated a name. At Mike Jungle, cows have their kids stolen from them. Then we steal the food that was intended for them, and then we put the photos of our missing kids on that food. Forget who did that comedy sketch. I don't know, it doesn't. Maybe it was Bill Hicks. It sounds like something. Nerd is not a bad thing. I'm just being a hater because all I got is Doge, and I am a loser. Lottie with a great point. The good news is we have a channel worth spamming. Got a fact there. None of this is financial recommendation. Do your own due diligence. Yep, hashtag. Don't listen to financial advice on the stream. Bob suggesting the Richard Simmons troll kidnapping Nick from Yuma. He said he was playing at the Foxwoods, so maybe he's locked in and... Okay, does... Love from India at 6:30 a.m. here. Sakash Kandalawal. Hell yes. Texas poker all around the globes. Matt Benjamin says, think for yourself. And it's never aliens. Reminder here again that we got the Texas Card House Poker Cruise. There's going to be tournaments and cash games on the cruise. It's happening March 20th through the 28th. So if you want to get early, get your packages early, you can do so. But you can also win a trip here at Austin by hitting quad deuces on Monday, quad threes on Tuesdays, and quad fours on Wednesdays. Chase Vaughn, I heard you say Rampage. Is he on this stream? He did make one appearance, and he did pull off a punt. As we get a 3-bet here by Alex, and Slicer will fold the 5 high. Really solid fold there by Slicer, folding 5 high. All right. Nick from Yuma never leaves the house. Ankle monitor prevents it, says Bob. No, he's punting in Boston. Okay. You'd like to join us here in the chat, join our pros, the finest people in the land, the peak spectrum of all of our highest achievers, financial minds, philosophers, historians, political scientists, journalists, all legends of the medical field as well. You know, this is the place where you can be you. Boot's going to 3-bet here now at 350 as Pierre opened there with jacks. Just another Monday night here at Austin as Pierre going to call here 375 as Boot's going for the 7-deuce bounty for $50 a piece. And a flop for both. Checky. And queen on the turn. Peels here for Pierre. Pierre here with the straight. Had opted not to go for the 4-bet or anything, which is perfectly reasonable. And just like that, Boots will have to surrender yet again. Mr. Brown Music, Scott from Tampa. Good evening, all. Welcome. Welcome here onto the chat streets. Gary K, TCH Cruise, but no TCH swag yet. You could charge an extra $5 to $10 for an E or Big Daddy Chaz signature cap. Put that one, bobbleheads still remain an idea. T-shirts. I'm just pausing to make sure that people can hear the Big Daddy Chaz laugh, because that's really all. You don't even need me anymore. You can just be carrying for 4 hours by that sweet sound of elation and joy. Learn female nature. Is Texas Card House a poker cult? Cult has very strong connotations, because that means we actually follow one leader. And I don't think that's the case. A religious following? Potentially. A church? Not quite. Good friend Moose Duty here in the chat as well. So if you're tuning in on the archive, hit us up in the comment section. We always just appreciate the randomness more of the comment section after the fact. That is truly the warmest souls and happiest people I've ever encountered in my lifetime. Illiterately typing in words that make no sense and airing out the beef. Okay. Three bet now here by Chris with jacks up to 700. Mikey Sides had opened here to 200, and would Chaz go for 500 more here? It would be a little shocking to see him go flat and then 4-bet. So he is going to go ahead and lay it down, but Matt Benjamin suggesting, what do we call our cult here? The Church of the Immaculate River. You know what? I would attend. I might even go up there and give the sermon out there as if he didn't get sick of my voice already. Just trying to get all preachy with you. Preacher dude talking. Eugene Green, tech dorks trying to ruin humanity because they don't have the makings of a varsity athletes. I don't know. I don't know if that's... if that's totally accurate. Ethan has been on this tangent about Pierre not wearing a shirt, and I think the dude preaching, says Matt Benjamin. Dudley now going to put in the 3-bet. Mikey Sides opening with a queen jack off, and actually it goes big time up here to 400, which but if we will pass around the offering, you can show how much you love the Lord at TCH by hitting us up with that super sticker or super chat. Every donation you make feeds at least 3 chat pros once a day. So, because while they may be experts, they do not always understand how to feed themselves and accomplish things in modern society that most look at with faint ease. So throw in a super sticker or super chat and save the chat pros here today. Gary K, I can picture Mike at the altar with a natty light in his hand, speaking the good word. That's a standard back there in Iowa. Lord be with you. And then you take this Busch Light can and you go, and also with you. It's good old-fashioned Iowa church congregate. No, we did not do that. And that was not a Busch Light. It was another C4 energy drink just in case. To power through these last 2 hours here on TCH Live. Tan and Grace for just $9.99 for a $4.99 super chat a day. You too can support a chat pro. I feel like that's original content that we're missing out on, or will soon be ripped off by somebody else. Is that the only reason maybe I can get a TikTok account? Is save the chat pros, start the campaign. Top air here for Chaz. We actually had that backwards. Chaz won that hand. His slicer folds. Eugene Green, if you donate to chat pros, you keep them dependent. Now that's got a fair point. No free rides here. If you want to be a proper, really good chat pro, you have to lace those boots up. Yes, just tie up those bootstraps and get to work. Up your chat pip. All right, Tez. So the Church of the Immaculate River being formed here. I'll start working on the documents now and see if we can get registered. We could probably save a lot on taxes. The Church of the Immaculate River. What would the Bible be? Would that be like Wes Cutchall's book, How to Play Poker Like a Complete Amateur? The usual suspect, please respect the separation of church and chat. That is, all right, here we go. 7 deuce game, hot and ready. Mikey Signs here in the mix with pocket fours. Mikey Sides first act here. Alex again, the pre-flop razor as it went limp call. See if it's Mikey's sticky sides or Jedi Master Ted saying the WSOP cash and tourney rules are already the Bible. That is a fact. They're written on stone tablets. It says WSOP rules apply. And instead of doing, instead of doing the offering or communion, like you do broth bombs here at the Church of the Immaculate River. And every time you have a downswing, it is because of the devil. And that is Dave Devilfish Juliet. It's always Devilfish's fault. So Helmuth is a demigod. Yeah, would you put like Helmuth in like a stained window? Like he'd probably look pretty good in one of those, the sun peeking through. You can have him like berating somebody at the table, just like in a really aggressive posture. This Johan Music, you guys are awesome. Dying to go there and play. Thank you. That broth boom is BS, says Eric. Not a fan of the chicken broth here, it says. Oh wow. I don't know, okay, can I hit the ban button? No, I think that would be too harsh. I tried making one this weekend. It sucked. Yep, I'll let it pass. the really pity part of myself. The ego wants me to hit the band hammer for speaking badly about the broth bomb, but I'm going to be a man of class here and just let that one pass. I'll try to be the better man here, but all kidding aside here, let's go on to Boots 3-betting to 300 now with a Queen 9 offsuit. All right, here now the King 7-6 board. Boots has had some wild ones here, including a 3-barrel bluff earlier with 10-5 suited that got Pierre to full top pair. King with a Queen kicker. Gary K. Baptism by fire. At this church, it's baptism by broth bomb. My biggest complaint is we can't do it Sunday morning. I mean, maybe Sunday at 1 before the start of the WPT Steps tournament. You know, that's sort of like the 1 hour. 1 hour service seems a little too much. Gotta definitely go 2 hours if you really want to get the church going. Chase, big shout out to everyone. How's it going? What's going on, Chase? Your favorite of mine, the multi-way maestro, the most fearless of them all, your boy Chase here in the chat. All right, it is a 3-bet by Slicer with the 7 deuce. Bones open with a couple of ladies. Bones going to make the call as the old diamond board with the 2 black queens. And now 7s and deuces after it goes check here on this board. Slicer has the best hand, but it is all diamonds. Bones leading out at it. Eight ball here on the end, so 10 makes a straight. Diamonds obviously beat 2 pair. But a lot of incomplete information here as check is going to show the ladies has been defeated by the old 7 deuce, and Slicer will stack all the money as wins it here with the 7 deuce games. I think that's worth the Mario coin. At least 2. Don't necessarily have to limit it to only coins. Kevin McCormick, Mike, I just realized you're flying solo tonight. Yeah, it can be done. I've reached out to our amazing team. I asked a lot of people, actually, and it's just that one reason or another is sickness and health. Just unavailable here tonight. So you just got to put up with only me and not get superstar insight on how to play poker better. But do you really want to get better? Do you really want to get better? Do you want to do what it takes to expand your mind, to willing to be wrong, to be flexible? I don't know. That seems like wishful thinking. Some of you just come here to be entertained, which Dennis 30 says Church of the 7-day slow roll. That could totally be a holiday. Queen 3-7. Standard heads up pot here as Pierre quickly bet call by Boots. Club draw now. We're going to turn here for Pierre as he leads out to 500. No, but it's like, okay, I've had enough. Learn female nature. Mike, do you play? How'd you get into poker? If I do, it is through the computer. You know, I play on the computer, so I don't want to call it by the other term. We've gotten in trouble for that. But if I do, it's typically during the summertime, and I've got a little bit more disposable cash and can work the dealing streets a little bit more so that I can kind of take shots at stuff. So, but typically, I have just liked over the last year the comfort of playing from home on the interwebs, not for big stakes, but just kind of keep my mind fresh. Been talking about maybe trying to get on the 2-5 stream, but taking it day by day here, folks. The spammers are back. And it's like, maybe aliens exist, but all they do is spam people. Maybe there's no real, like, higher truth. They're just here to try to get us to extend the car's warranty. Like, maybe that was not man-made, and that was made by extraterrestrials because they just love fucking with us. People never consider that scenario, that maybe the aliens are just trolls. And they have no other purpose here. Sean going to 3-bet here to 250. Call here by Chaz out of position. He is going to flop the open-enders. Middle pair now for Sean. Sean here making middle pair, pot of 5-10 is going to go, I think, about half here at 250. Pretty standard call here by Chaz in this spot. 4 clubs not going to add any of the improvement. Sean also with the ace of clubs to do with that as he may. Carlos saying, let's go Knights. Vegas Knights, or what are they? Okay, what? Got to pull up the old Espen.com to get the hit. Ace on the River by Barrett Greenstein. Going to make 2 pair here for Sean. But Broadway here for Big Daddy Chaz. Okay, game 1. Knights and Canadians. From those D-gens from upcountry. So Chaz now looking like he is going to be going for the check raise here. Sean maybe going to attempt some value. I guess he can get called from worse aces, say like ace-10, could potentially look him up. Any of the king X's that were with him at king-jack, king-10, king-9s, I guess, could still potentially look him up. But Chaz, stoic as ever. Chasley, looking at a 400 river bet. And I think it's time to go to the Chaz Demented Laugh, because that's where we're at now. You know he's going for the kill here, folks. Taking his time, and then now the old check raise up to 1.4K. Now Sean here is going to make the call. Is going to see. not so good news. Dunn is going to be able to extract value and well, wise words of Michael Scott.
Well, well, well. How the turntable.
GTN saying seriously, Chaz's laugh is the evil version of Barney Rubble's laugh. That could be the case. Oh no, I got another god dang spammer. Be gone with you, sir. And we're right, we'll get a dealer chain, so it is time for a bomb pot.
Is that why you've strapped a bomb to your chest?
Oh, this isn't a bomb. These are road flares.
Okay. Yeah, Chase, I am in the booth solo here this evening. Letting the action flow through. Just kind of taking pauses here, listening, trying to listen to what the table's saying. Some people saying they can hear it, some people saying they can't. It is a wide variety of reactions. And that's what's great about being on YouTube. You can just always get some wonderful wide spectrum of the craziest things you've ever heard. So I Peter freely. Mike is with his girlfriend, Rosie Palm. All right, joke from 1987 chiming in here on the chat. This is what he's saying is $3K a month. Good and awesome. I mean, I would think so. I mean, it depends what you're trying to do. All right, we've got a PLO bomb pot, 6'5", no hands scanned. Appreciate you, Chase. You're the best. People love watching Chase. All right, we got some hands here. We've got them all here. We got them there, and everywhere. The biggest hands you've ever seen. Checky, bet. Is Alex now going to bet with second pair, straight draw to Broadway, gutter ball, and Sean has got a gutter here with a queen 10 with ace queen, and technically the better one unless Pierre and Slicer or holding something stronger, which don't really. I mean, I could see one of those having maybe like another 2-pair combo or set. And the usual suspect, Andy from Live at the Bike, is guest co-commentator tonight. That's very funny. Seaman, Mike the Mouth is boring to watch on live stream. I will not watch him again. Wow, the fastest growing live stream in human history had that one. Sounded like it was a good time. Also got expensive fast, says Alan Pichatello. Carlo, I make around 4.5. Okay, he says I think 3 you'd be able to do fine. Like, if you just, you may have to find an inexpensive apartment. I got really lucky and I found something that was like $750 for like a 1-bedroom. So that's a little bit on the smallish side, but it works for me and my doggo. Deuces, does the dealer make more than that in a month? It just is all about timing. The more hours you spend, the more likely it is. Just since I'm kind of back and forth between sportscasting, like I can't really give you a fair picture what that looks like over a month. But I mean, if you were doing 40 hours a week, you would do pretty damn well. 3-bet now here by Boots. has been trying to get a couple of these through as Dudley opens up to 75. Not a ton of hands for Duds, but this. Now ace king was what Dudley had. He's flopped top pair boots here with the spade draw. And here we go, 7 of diamonds here on the turn. JT, and Austin is expensive. When I leave Tulsa, I think I'll move to Dallas. Less expensive and not too far from TCH Austin as well as. Yeah, I mean, it's everything's expensive though. Like, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, it's not like there's some major American city right now that I think you could probably be like, oh wow, it's a reasonable price here. Spade's missing now here for boots. Or at least any place that I think that would be in relative demand as far as people wanting to live there. Dennis 30. I regularly see dealers take 60 to 70 in a 30-minute period. Well, I want to fucking deal wherever that is. I don't know. It's like all where it's at. Like, it's... All right, next hand is 5, 10, 25. Continues. Keep banging home that like button. We appreciate y'all showing the love. Moose Duty saying Detroit is cheap. Yeah, that's true. I had a buddy of mine, or a friend of mine from Wisconsin that relocated. And, I mean, he was able to get, like, this abandoned house in an auction, I think, for, like, $500, and, like, this abandoned church / assembly hall for, like, $1,000. And that could be the site of the Church of the Immaculate River. I might have to check back with them and see if that property is still available. We can convene in Detroit in the Church of the Immaculate River and maybe all find the truth and discover the way. AAP at MGM in Las Vegas, I averaged 60 per hour, but some weeks were rough. Yeah, it's all about, you know. Bob, Detroit, Baltimore, Chicago, Atlanta, avoid them all. Oh, I see what you did there. Blame the lips. Okay, we've got a king at 10, a 3, 2 diamond board. I guess boots here with a gutter ball and crime hate. Okay. Well, we had a it's very sad that we had that active shooter out in downtown 6th Street. Yeah, that area to me at 2 o'clock seems like not just a place I'm ever excited to want to be around. Just, I mean, it seems fun, but it's also just that element of congestion that it just, you know, you can't account for everything that you want to see. So, Bad Benjamin, just do what Gary C does, play the dollar bill changer and get excited about breaking even at the end of the night. Eric G saying every large city is, quote, a crime haven. Yeah, I mean, you could be conditioned to feel that way based on the messages you receive. Some areas could be cool and some could be just perceived in such a way that it's like, is that really the truth or is this what we've come to expect? So I can't answer that for you. I'm just the dude talking. All right, we've got Pierre raising up to 150. Boots going to call 110. A little blurry over cam, but okay, we've got... Pierre has been put in a pickle a few times here tonight, but... the basics of small stakes, no limit hold'ems. It's definitely got a plan out to Texas. Action looks great. Glad to see very few nets. Just don't move here. Okay. Bet here is 700 here by Boots as he turns, I guess, a diamond draw, but Pierre was a victim of a 3-barrel bluff by Boots, and now is actually just going to bet and get there in the end with the king. Bango, right on the end. Here to Boots, who may just go ahead and check this back, because does he think maybe he can get called here by a 10x? Maybe some 6x? I mean, it's just, you can see Boots here in this spot kind of going like, what can I, it looks kind of soft if I check here, but Pierre's hand's a little bit of a mystery. That is there an appropriate bet size that just doesn't feel like inviting? Yeah, the 1,000 seems reasonable in the end. So here to Pierre, $900 decision. Pi R says Ethan never needs to play nines again. I will keep giving you credit, Ethan, for commitment to the bit. Ooh, that's not a good comment, but you want to join us along here in the discussion. 183 likes. Come on, let's keep pumping those rookie numbers up here. We could take it well over 200 here by this point. And a flash. As we move on here to the next hand. This 5-10-25 edition, again, quad deuces here on Monday night. We will have our Tuesday edition on TCH Live from Dallas. Sorry we weren't able to do the tournament on Saturday. Had some technical difficulties, but it was just a small issue, so we'll be right back on schedule. For all the folks of D-Town, been some really great streams. Godly bless, coming from Los Angeles, California. I, Peter Freely. Mike, I appreciate that you aren't a wet blanket, or at least trying to give good commentary. Just trying, you know? That's really... All right, three-way... actually, heads up here, multi... What the hell is with this guy? Just, there's like cockroaches. You ban one, another comes out in droves. It's probably that Richard Simmons guy again. This is unprecedented spammy night, but we'll keep mowing them down here for you as Aaron McAvoy, we're going to host our Thursday show, 2-5. I actually joined him for that last Thursday, but next hand, folks. Yeah, I'm just having to blast off. I know. Peter, I'm just messing with you, but I'm messing with you, but thank you. Learn female nature. People, and it seems kind of like a daunting thing, but it's just like when I've done baseball games for 5 years by yourself, you do a lot of stuff by yourself on the sports side that's not. You just sometimes have to be comfortable being quiet, which seems kind of counterintuitive when you're the dude talking, but you as a listener are allowed to have a little bit of pause of having to think about some nonsense I'm saying. So, Sean here with aces. Dudley and Boots and Pierre also with paired up hands. And will anybody look to go post as Boots looking at the 8 high board says, all right, let's go one more. Ethan says, if I visit Austin twice, can I start telling people not to move to Austin? Yeah, I mean, I think there's like a 2-year to 3-year incubation period where if you had to been here or do something very super Texan to be able to have that kind of credibility, to be able to sit there and say, no, don't move here. Bet. Oh, wow. We've got. Okay, but I think we had that backwards as Boots bet, and then we have the winner there by Sean. I would probably. I don't. Zara, I love sports without any commentary. No offense. Yeah, I mean, it's just like if you'd rather watch it live in person. Yeah, you're not having that. I mean, you have a PA announcer, that kind of thing. So it serves its purpose for a lot of different things. But even me as a commentator, sometimes I will sometimes have the volume off for some broadcasts, and not out of like I don't like to listen to this individual or anything. It just sometimes just want to lock my mind into the game. So, all right, we're going to have a new deck, but unfortunately will not be with an accompanying bomb pot. Kevin McCormick, okay, please define something super Texan. Like you work in a gun shop or, let's see, what would be something as like an occupation that would be super Texan here? Like game warden, I guess. I don't know. That's it. Work at Whataburger. You do something involving football or oil, and then you can start the like, hey, don't move here. Daniel LaProw, you should have a drag queen game where all your ranks dress up. I'm sure J-Stack would probably be for that. He would probably be one of those people that would just try to dress up for fun. I don't know. Not everybody is that. Not everybody's that open, I think, in life. It's 25 straddles here for most of the night. Like Eric, something super Texan, like sitting out power for a week. Oh, what? Oh.
Why are you the way that you are? Honestly, every time I try to do something fun or exciting, you make it not.
Okay, I'm kidding. That is a pretty good burn, though. The most Texan thing I could ever see was arriving at Dallas Fort W and a cart was transporting 10 obese people to another terminal, and about 5 of them were eating barbecue. I'm going to take that as something that didn't happen. For 200, Alex. Sorry, I'm a football writer and analyst for Pro Football Focus. Does that count? I would imagine, from your perspective, if you're working for Pro Football Focus, you cannot stand anybody. Okay, I love Pro Football Focus. Like it is. I know some people look at it and say, okay, this is not the grading system that Pro Football Focus uses. This is not the Bible per se, but it is as a good of a resource of info as there is out there. It does. All right, Mikey Signs with aces. Raise up here to 475. As we're going to get 4 ways here. Alex is going to come along with 8-6 because he gets to close the action here. Boots with pocket 4s. Slicer with 8s. Queen deuce 7. So a clean board here from Mikey's side, who also has the ace of spades. There's a bet here by 800 by Mikey's sides and should just be able to clear everybody out. So, Brian Craven, did you see Johnny Football is trying to go pro in golf now? Well, he's got to go pro in something. One of those things I've seen that is also becoming popular is people using like the hot mics, like the hot mic app. So if you don't want to listen to Reggie Miller or you know, if you've got a commentator that you're just like, oh, I don't like this, or you have to have somebody that is just really knowledgeable that will do like game watches and stuff like that. Like, I think that's super interesting. Eric Nuremberg, something super Texas, raising cars on open highways in the middle of the night. Tech. Okay. This has become our chat topic. What is the most Texan thing you can think of to do for somebody new coming to the state? Or just most Texan thing you can think of. Zara saying appreciate it. Sports show. We're always trying to prove a PFF. Yeah, PFF rules, man. That's the kind of shit I love to read. And all the good, like, I'm a Vikings fan, so all my really good writers I follow take a lot of that stuff into consideration, especially go draft, you go fantasy. James Corbin, $5 super chat. I love TCH Live. It's real life and nonfiction. That is one thing I will say about us. We are definitely nonfiction. Like, that's, if there's any best way to describe us, no, nonfiction. Bottoming stocks says eat barbecue. Says get a Texas tattoo. Mike Lee, why don't you block that spam guy? I do, and then all of a sudden another one emerges. Drinking Alamo at the Alamo. There are some people that have an issue with the Alamo. That the imperialism part and all that kind of, like, I'm not here to piss on or cancel or anything. I'm just saying that there's been new stuff out that's different perspectives, but that's not bad, but it's still kind of like a touristy thing to do. Dennis 30, the most Texan thing, new players refusing to play bomb pots, then 2 hours later wanting to play only bomb pots. There you go. That is a great answer. Rodeo, wear a 10-gallon hat. Not bad. Eat Tex-Mex on the way to TCH. Lone Star, Oak Cliff, catcalling. Chase tornadoes through West Texas. That's these. Put steer horns on the front of an old Cadillac convertible. I still need to do that. I would love to do that. It would appear really stupid and pointless, but they did, like, ban those Ben-Hur stupid, like, side, what they called, like, caps, wheel caps and shit. Like, it's just, there we go. There's Chaz calling the 400 turn bet here by Alex. Yeah, what's going on? The Steam Dola, Matthew Clefetos. Hashtag Steam Team. Yes, there we go. Put it in the chat. Steam Team. Dennis with a JFK joke here. Always room for that in Texas. Moose Duty here with a also strong point. Put huge fake balls on the hitch of your jacked up pickup truck. I mean, to be fair, I saw that in Wisconsin more often than I think I saw it in Texas. Alex here with a 600 bet here, heads up against Chaz. Jordan Ropp says, go to Lockhart, eat great barbecue. That is very much a Texan thing, my man Jordan Ropp. Yeah, I don't know if the fake balls phenomenon is only limited to the South. Like, I think that's just a dude thing. You're like, balls. And Chaz is going to pick him off here as... Oh, boy, here comes Chaz yet again.
Mama, there goes that man.
Another goddamn spammer. Apparently, like, spammers are only limited to trying to add me with fake Facebook accounts and join our TCH chat, apparently. That is what's going on in ATX Poker. Hey, announcer guy, when does Dallas open? When does TCH Dallas start streaming? It was one of my favorite questions for months at a time. When is TCH? So that, you know, and now when I say it in the chat, like, the Dallas guys don't understand that that was the running joke for like 3 months. First was when was TCH Dallas opening, which was not too far behind. I mean, it was not probably as quickly as everybody wanted it, but. And then once it became, when does TCH Live Dallas start? I added another sounder here to this as well. There you go. Nobody's gotten super chat pro-y on us here tonight. Big Daddy Cavs, says Carlo. ATX Poker gift dunks and his new friend. Some head pets later. Can we get some balls in the chat, says Sarah. Next in here at 5-10-25. You guys are getting me just a little bit too worked up for the thought of barbecue right now. Damn you all. Why must you torment me like this? Here we go. Raise up here to 75 by Alex with pocket 5. Sean. Here with a call to 50 as we go head up. We are still taking submissions for what's the most Texan thing you can think of a new person moving here. Hill Country Wine Tastings in Fredericksburg, says Brian Craven. That's probably not a... Sounds like a Texan thing. As we've got a 8 queen king board. Bottom pair here for Sean. We'll see if Alex tries to barrel the second time. JTN says brisket is keto friendly, just no potato salad or baked beans or peach cobbler. Then why even bother, man? Why even bother? I know the meat would always be good. So I may just have to snag up some Wingstop after the fact. All right, as 5-10-25 continues. Almost heading on in to hour 3. Texas Barbecue Wars, says Michael Tilton. We always get, barbecue always gets a chat brewing. Nothing about barbecue that just says like, hey, I gotta chime in here. Michael Tilton says, let's get to 300 likes. You know what? That is a worthy goal, and one that I support your journey and vision on.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are...
Okay. Nine's here for Boots. Alex here with a 3-bet out of the hijack in position on Boots with ace jack. And let's get her flop here. Queen 6-5. Nine's better here than ace jack, but King does turn a straight draw here for Alex after Boots knuckled the flop. Now it's going to check it twice. Ethan saying, so happy for Bennifer. True love never dies. Jeff Brew says, Texas while the rest of the world learns to loosen up play. Yeah, I mean, if you're ready, I mean, that is the one thing. You just be ready to gamble and mix things up. Our great Steam Dola apparently stayed at the Aria. Hopefully we will get him back on the stream team one way or another. As Boots going to win it here at Showdown with Pocket Nines. Another pretty solid night of cash game action here in TCH. Mike Youngblood here, the Duke talking. You can follow me on Instagram and Twitter at Hoops Mike. You can follow us at tch.atx on Instagram and tch.dallas. At Texas Card House for our main Twitter and IG accounts. Boots had opened, and then we got a 3-bet by Slicer. Let's see what the hands are. Alan saying he's going to think about going to Aria. I heard it's the place for PLO, while Steam Dola saying Alan, Aria is the place to punt bankrolls on the tables. Living true up to form, the great Matt Clefettos, the Steam Dola punt of the year apparently happening at Aria. So we've got a Slicer 3-bet to 300 with Ace King. Boots had opened. Ethan saying 2 weeks, no chase. I am having removal syndrome. We need chase. We need chase. He was in the chat. So, I mean, he was sort of here. I think that's the best case scenario here. 10-7, 10, and 2 diamonds. Boots technically here with the best hand, but the 3-better Slicer. Going to check here as we go to the 5 of clubs turn. Forex, cryptocurrency, stocks. Bruno here trying to get his attention. That's what matters. Okay. Neil Canfield, here's the most Texan thing ever, claiming we are the biggest, baddest state but can't provide electricity to our residents when it's 10 degrees outside. Yeah, that is a uniquely Texan thing to be humbled, and we will see if that is the case. We're still holding on here at TCH. All right, Bruno, I'm going to ask you to stop the flooding here in the chat. You're going to be gonzo, Broham. Got Racer Nerd here in the chat. Another Monday night. Again, Ben Kirby and Greg Potter on the call for tomorrow's Tuesday 10-25-50 action. Ron McAvoy back here for Thursday's 2-5 edition. Then Saturday, again, tournament final tables on Saturday evening and Sunday night. And with this Sunday, 50% off for the fathers. If you have passed on a life into this world, there's father and then there's dad. Well, both of you guys get 50% off. Tejas Kapoor, really enjoying the stream. Thank you. Ethan says baby daddy today. JTN, are you doing a Zoom call for the Sat? I do not know yet. They haven't asked me. Sometimes I may wait until like, hey, there's a really big basketball game. I would rather. Some nights it works, some nights it doesn't. Just. Fried chicken at Mandola's this weekend. JTN says dad talking and dealer talking tomorrow and Wednesday. Good deal, man. The Greg talking as we. Spammer came back. Let's get rid of him again. Tied up at 92 here between the Sixers and Hawks. Chance for Hotlanta to maybe even up the series. As we have a race to 75, a 3-bet, and a call by Chaz. So Chaz going to cold call after Mikey signs. 3-bet to 300, call to 300, and Alex will also come along with 6-5 as Chaz has out-flopped his opponents. Flopping top pair. Some backdoor spade draw with the gutter ball and one over here from Mikey Sides. Mikey, we need to hear the breaking news sports update, says ATX Poker. Well, you know, the way you can guarantee it is with a super sticker or super chat. We've had many folks. There was a smaller one from a foreign one I think I missed. I'm sorry. James Corbin submitted the last one, but there was somebody. I missed that. Yes. Mikey, take Monday, August 16th off, and let's go to WWE. My treat. Boy, I can't turn down free anything. Is that actually August 16th? Okay. I haven't seen WWE since I was probably high school. So, all right, Chaz over here with the option. 8 of hearts. Turning is. Now I'm going to put down, it looks like 950. So now here Mikey decides when to continue with the gutter, would he get paid if he hits it? What does Chaz actually have here in the spot? And it looks like, bet size, it's either 1,000, 150, or 850. Never mind. Beer, nachos, and screaming at fake fights, it's the American way. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
So Mikey's sides, actually, we adjusted the bet size 1.2K. And that will be good enough here for Chaz. Carlos saying Raw is war, baby. Yeah, that was those were the days. All right, 224 likes. Let's keep pumping them up here. I know a lot of you are sitting out there saying, like, Mikey, you tell us how many subscribers. You tell us how many likes. You tell us your stories sometimes. What gives, man? Well, okay.
I know most of you are saying, hey, any idiot could do that. Well, it was tough for me, so back off!
Just had to include that one in here. So, all right, next hand. Liked from Canada, says Lance LaRose. Appreciate you there, bud. All right, is Chris opening? Bones putting in the 3-bet in the cutoff. Is a little curveball here with a 10-9 of diamonds. Is actually not going to be taking post, so Dudley, instead of getting the tables, is going to get the racks, and it looks like call it a night. AABB, you should have the little old drunk guy that dresses like a leprechaun in front of O'Shea's on the strip as a guest commentator. That would be a good pair, good dynamic. Well, you know, I have a lot of pride that I feel like I can work with a lot of people and deliver still a pretty good show, but that seems like it would be, you know, right in the wheelhouse of the kind of stuff our chat pros love. Next stand is Mikey signs up to 75. Alex in the defend is strong of the old 8-4. So right. Top pair here from Mikey Signs. A raise up. Check raise here by Alex with a gutter ball to a 7. Here we go. Off to the turn. We'll see if Alex is able to spike his card. As Walter is saying, I'm waiting to see Boots knock over that drink on the table while he's texting. You know, this man is a professional. He does not commit simple errors like that. Now Alex going to try to lead and just bulldoze Mikey's sides here in the spot. Could he perceive his opponent to be there with the draw of the 7-8? Yeah, 7-4, 8-9. Could potentially try to take this line. And the 7 is going to hit. Bang! A 7 on the river gets there for Alex. A long shot. And will Mikey's side suspect this? You wouldn't necessarily put 8-4 offsuit in the natural category of bluffs that would exist by Alex in this spot. So the tougher part is making a bet big enough that I think induces the opponent to call or doesn't at least look like he could have been check raising with a set of 5s, set of 6s. Oh, God, another one of these spammer guys. Burn in hell, mother. The Church of the Immaculate River has struck again. Racer Nerd says, when I go to pick up Taco Bell, I order so much that I tell them I'm feeding a Little League team so they don't shame me. Well, you know, that's how you do it. You got to be innovative. Alex here with a 2.4K river bet. Boom. Mr. Brown Music says church is in session. So if you're Mikey, you're trying to piece together what kind of hands. 7-8 obviously you're still beating. 8-9 obviously you're crushed by. 4-3. Could King Queen also be in the mix? Would he take this line? Oh no, don't do it, Mikey. Don't do it. Don't do it, Mikey. Is still a tough decision here as 2K pot, the 2.4K river bet. No, Mikey, don't do it, says the Desmond Francis. Mikey, no. Can only beat 7-8, says Steamdola. I guess maybe somebody could take a really punty line with jacks, I guess, but that's... that seems really unlikely. Is Mikey going to lay it down as Alex bangs home the river card? And that's it. Is Juan Kang. Hello, everyone. Connecting from Hanoi, Vietnam. Welcome to the show. Make sure to click subscribe, hit like. Yeah, the chat pro's rooting for Mikey there, so don't. Yeah. It's just, yeah, super polarized. We hope to see Steamdola here in the booth on Thursday. I would love to see that, hear that. Perhaps make Aaron do a broth bomb. That Ryan G, had he not let out on the turn, then tried that bet. Yeah, I could. Yeah, okay. Again, we are taking submissions for the most Texan thing you can think of for anyone to do. I also think it's like owning exotic animals. That could be like a thing. Like that old Joe Rogan bit that he always talks about all the time, that there's more tigers in captivity in Texas than there are in the wild. 97-98 and B is facing up. So it won't go. Trae Young now here with a chance to bring Atlanta back down. 97 off the screen to roll into the lane. Floater put up good. Atlanta 99, Philly 98. Okay, here in this hand though. Deuce's turn. Boots here with a king high diamond draw. Is now going to have Boots lead out here for 330. Moving around the perimeter, Curry. Over to Korkmaz. Oh, pull-up, left shot. He got fouled. They won't call it. Hawks get the rebound. And Boots takes the pot. Neil Canfield says that's a Florida thing, Mike. DQ, what's up, everyone? How's the game going so far? It's Monday. So you know the fellas are bringing the heat. As we see Chaz, the big winner here on the evening. Pierre's taking some tough one. Been a tough night for Pierre as, Yeah, the father of the broth bomb, it's a great steamed Ola. While wearing a lab coat, concocted that TCH's chicken broth and tequila would be the finest thing in the land. As all right, Swim's coming on in. He's been in here late before. There's one of our first alternates, and is going to welcome himself to the game of the hijack with the raise up by Jack 10. Is going to have the best pair of the bunch. Chaz with no draw. V, at a certain time of the night and a fair bit of alcohol, anything with tequila sounds good in my opinion. Yeah, I'm a little worried that, my girlfriend found out what it's like if I go through a half a bottle of whiskey like twice in the last week. And she said I was a mess, especially the second time around, which should be no shock to anybody in our audience. But I am just keeping it classy with the C4. As per usual. Brain fuel like no other. I still feel like we can find a ringing endorsement by Rain Energy Drink. Okay, that is 510 at 25.50. Still Cowboy Coffee and open carry, says Mike Adonis. Okay, last most Texan thing, if that's been said, having to have a permit to have a garage sale in Texas, but not a firearm. Okay, she's saying not a full mess, but just a big time snore. Okay, that's acceptable, but. She chat pros in private here, folks. It's not quite ready to become a public chat pro and put you all in her place. So, all right, Nick from Yuma said if there's anything ever happened to him, we should have the police question Gary C. All right, there's a 3-bet here to 675 by Chris Boots. Had open, or actually, no, it looked like what it called was the initial raise to 125, and then he just said, the hell with it. We're drinking some wine in a plastic cup. The rules of equity go right out the window here. Let's play poker. And a very studious. Eugene Green, the most Texas thing is we don't dial 911 plaque on your door. Yeah, that would also be a completely Texan thing. Is weed legal yet? No, but decriminalized sort of in some areas. Though I think in some areas cops are like dealing with real stuff that they just don't want to deal with. Weed and marijuana and all. I mean, it's just like, oh my God, a bank like a robbery, a home invasion, a real issue. Whereas, I think only in the states where you have cops that don't have anything else better to do, which is probably I'm not okay. I'm just gonna stop now before anything gets taken completely out of context. PS3 shakes, 1, 2, 3. They put you in sort of jail? Yeah. It's right next to the regular jail, but it's like sort of there. As Pierre opens to 125. Call. As here we go. Jack 8-3. So who's connected with this board? Mikey Science is going to turn a straight flush draw, but it's going to be blocked by Boots, who has both the queen and the 7 of spades. Swim has top pair. Pierre trying to win the 7 deuce game, and Bones has got a gutter ball with the king of spades in hand. Everybody's got at least something involved in this. God damn, another. Logan Skelton said if Texas was a country, it'd be the 10th largest economy in the world. Like that, California was once, I think, like 5th. If it was its own, I don't know. I'm not here to get in a Texas-California pissing match, but there are some states here. Oh my God, Mikey Side shoving for 3.5K on this turn card and make it through. Rips it and going to collect and only going to show the 8 of spades. Only showing the 8 of spades. As Joe F says, don't play the 7 deuce game 5 ways, man. C-Man says, raise Mike, good Mike. There you go. It is 9-12, and OU still sucks, according to Eric Nierenberg. I got it. The best thing about Texas, they ain't from Oklahoma. I guess, people, I just don't care about the Sooner rage here, but for the rivalry standpoint, for the Longhorns, whatever, but I don't know. That's the animosity between Texas and Oklahoma is probably one of the most Texan things. So again, we're still taking ideas for the most Texas thing you've ever heard of. All right, we've got 6 dislikes, so we've got some hate quitty out of the YouTube algorithms. But we want to show some balance out there. Some love quitty, some like quitty. Smash that like button for your boy Mikey, your Aunt Carolyn. Chat pros, come one and all. Let's launch an all-out assault. Here on that like button, boys. Ladies. Monday night edition of TCH Live is Vanessa says the guy to the right of the dealer is a serious hottie. We got a hottie alert. Okay, according to Vanessa. Kevin says, where is Numa tonight? I heard mention him, but I have not seen him here. Yeah, I think he has been potentially scooped up by Gary C. 6 times a week here, is he? How often does TCH live stream games? 6 times a week. 3 in Austin, 3 in Dallas. As simple as that. Wow. All right, trip 9's here for Bones. Boots had led for 100, scanning. PLO's a little bit trickier sometimes, and Boots has probably had a little bit of wine. Six dislikes. Angry I haven't told a joke of the night yet, apparently. Okay. All right, 8 ball here on the turn, or 8 ball on the end. Trying to catch up on the action. This bet call. Trip 9's with a king shown by Boots. That's a winner chicken dinner there for Bones. And the 4-card bomb pot, we see it all the time in 1-2. If you do play out in Texas Card House, there's 2 boards there. 2 boards of PLO Mayhem. And we're going to get the 50 double straddle put out by Pierre. Apparently, Vanessa is a lady front of her boy Sean there at seat 10. Slicer opening here with ace 10 offsuit. Second time this evening he's had that hand, and this time actually going to be able to get it through. Had one earlier, but it had to be raised off it. And Eric saying the dislikes are from the spammers who booted. They shouldn't count. Yep. Should do a recount here on their like counter. Gonna do an audit. Steven, oh, is the guy with the funny voice commentating. That's me, baby. Bob chiming in that the Knights are up 2-0. It's kind of good news we like to hear, Bobo. Greer. This guy sounds like he has a mask on. What? I kid. All right, 8 of spades, 8 of diamonds. Pierre here with the first straddle will not continue on with ace 10. Swim here with the 7 deuce, with the 7 deuce game on. Boots have put out the $100 triple straddle, and now Swim here with a chance to punt off some money with 7 deuce. And Scott Hockenberry must be doing something right if the spammers are targeting the stream. It's a possibility. You know, it takes a certain level before you start getting spammed repeatedly. That's when you know you've arrived at the big leagues. Big Daddy Chow's not going to go away quietly here, as we'll call 700 more with pocket 8. Swim may be able to get this one through. Ace, Queen, 4. If he c-bets, Chaz can absolutely get away from this. Unless he's got a soul read within him. That the man of the beanie right there might be. Flip it there, Swim. Booyah. 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 There's a 7 deuce. I was going to try to get that sweet sassy molassie from that Saturday Night Live Ray Romano bit. Oh, it's still like one of my favorite SNL segments of all time. All right. We go 4.4 seconds to the Sixers' turn to try to get the 3. Curry from downtown, not going to go. Hawks have tied up the series 2 apiece. Go to game 5 in Philly. Got an effort by Trae Young and the Hawks as Sixers maybe in trouble here. Home court advantage actually meaning something again, folks. If the fans are going loud and proud in all these games, and I feel like, you know, they have made their voices heard, and home court advantage is back. There's a raise up to 150 by Alex. Full. Boots here going to call for 100 more with a 5-4 offsuit. As Mark, Jack, Ellie, no one turned into poker for NBA updates. Here we go. This is what the soundbite was actually made for.
Talk more about poker
There we go. I made that one specifically today because I knew that one was coming. I just knew it. Solo broadcast, a moment away from the topic at hand. Boom. That's what we call preparation, folks. All out of love, though. It's all out of love, not out of hate. I just invite, I incepted you into making that comment. Eric Nierenberg, someone get Mike a fresh IPA. Hey, sir, no alcohol for me in my system here today. After the show, probably. Just depends if I can find a liquor store still open here after 10. It's going to be a long shot. As 3-bet here by Boots up to 900 after Sean getting massage here from Alicia from Texas Royal Touch for $1.50 a minute. Mark says the last soundbite was as good as your pronunciation of my last name. You got it, man. That good. William Lottie, glad I can keep drop-worthy quotes. No, that was for me. Bob, Mike, we can't even understand it, and you're trying to copy the Lodge is a big fail. Dude, I was doing this way before they were starting to. Like, way before. Nobody owns the exclusive rights to do it. But let's get one thing straight. Some of these stuff I was already doing, and then they started doing it. And I have no hatred for that, but let's at least be aware of the facts, man. Bob, okay. They might have it actually connected within the board, whereas I'm going directly through my mic, so. Bob trying to get himself banned from the chat here tonight. Okay, 1.6K bet here by Boots to Swim as the Queen peels. Well, Bob has always been like my biggest fan, so when I take feedback from him, I know it's coming from a very healthy place of, a guy that's totally been objective throughout this entire span. Kevin McCormick says, and you were drunk while you were doing it? Tell him, Mike. No. Like I said, I really never got that drunk. I mean, there's been a handful of times with, drunk, but for the most part, I can't do these drunk. I just got to have an energy drink. So Boots actually going to take it here on the turn. And now at this point, who cares? Everybody has a channel now. We can all enjoy these things. Astro Donut just got here. Anything crazy happen? Well, we've got let's see, Nate NFS. Bob still eats oatmeal with his hands. Somebody saying, who eats oatmeal with a spoon? There you go. Sean now here in the hijack. Got about 25 more minutes here of the show, and Bones now going to try to go win the 7 deuce game himself. 3-bet up to 500. Boots does not appear to be in the folding move, pocket threes. Greer and Nutzer is eating oatmeal. All right, here we go. Oh, wow. Does Slicer have aces? Slicer's going to be able to put in the 4. Bones is going to be caught with his hand in the cookie jar trying to win the 7 deuce. Boots may be suspicious. Maybe that's the path Slicer's trying to go with the 7 deuce is going to come along here for the action. King 7-4. Ace is still holding here for Slicer. There's 12, excuse me, 1.2K is going to be slapped down. So, well, Teal, Trae Young destroyed Philly. Well, right on. Kevin McCormick saying he has set mining. Yeah, I guess so, but it's also could be getting a little bit drunky, and loving the action. Let's continue on with the 25 and the $75 straddle. As Boots opens here to 300 with the 8-7 offsuit. See if there's anybody that's going to be going post here as all right, three bet now here by Alex. 875. Queen 6-3. This board missing for both players. Alex, their pre-flop three better. Now Alex here with us put down here to 600. Boot's going to call him. Either figuring he's going to find a way to be able to outplay him on a later street, or maybe he just decided to stop caring. It's only money. There's AABB. This announcer is impressing me. It's small nuance place, especially not letting people badmouth bad call. We really need to not alienate the players like that, especially if they make a mistake. I mean, that is also, oh, wow, we get a 2K bet here by Alex. You know, if you've lost a hand, it does not make the situation better for the person if you're just like, yeah, they're a donkey. Like, they should have done this and this. Like, there are ways to tactfully, like, I think give feedback from the perspective of if you have this view and you can see all the cards and you can look out and see what some of the past could have been, even in the eyes of incomplete information. Like, it's become much more empathetic that it's just not like, I will never ever want to like bag on an action player because it's just in their nature. Like, you're going to take lines that are a little bit more exotic in some sense, and like why would you ever try to do anything that could potentially alienate them or make them feel like, oh, why is the announcer guy being a dick to me? I'm just out here having fun. Oh, God. Do we have a spill alert here? Yeah, we have a spill alert. So somebody else in the chat called it, so. We had Will the Spill when Wes Cutshaw was doing his streams. His good friend Will, who actually appeared on the TCH Dallas streams a few times. And Boots here. It seems fine as I wondered because, like, I'm hearing the table live. I'm not hearing it on delay. So I thought I heard Bones saying something about, I've seen a spill 25 times on the table and 23 times there were boots. That sounds about right. That's. You know, it's tough. It's Monday night. It's a good time to get hammered, I say. It's been a hot one out there. Average millionaire in Texas drives a Ford F-150. The average crypto poker millionaire wears a blue T-shirt and wears a fanny pack across their body. Find you a Texan that can do both. You probably find them around. Though I am partially terrified by every time I see one of those giant Dodge Ram trucks right behind me. Because it's not enough that this person's already tailing you while you're going 80. You have to see that large Ram in your, like, rear view mirror and shit. Hey, ABB, it happens a lot on other streams, so I just want to reinforce that behavior. Yeah, I mean, I think I've learned it just because if you do sportscasting, like, you cannot and you should not be critical of kids. You can also kind of tailor that kind of just tactfulness to explaining it in a different way. Then, all right, we got Slicer here, 3-betting to 700. Swim had open with 10s. Boots. Boots the spill is, well, I spilled my drink, so now it's time to refill. He's going to call here for 550 more.
I was like, I definitely want to play with a guy that calls himself Slicer. Sign me up.
775 is the overpair for Swim. Slicer, the pre-flop 3-better, going to go ahead and lead out here to 800. Bet and a call, and now over here to Boots. Don't do it, Bootsy. I mean, maybe he could get it through. We've seen him get some crazy ones through tonight. Oh, God, here it comes. A raise up to 2,500. The paired board is first going to get out Slicer. That is a natural candidate to probably fold. And now Swim has to figure out, is there some 7X? Is there pocket 5s? Is there ace-X of hearts? I have the 10 of hearts. Is just too much pressure being applied by the man who has, well, left us wondering if the sensor works there. But the hands are good. Matthew A., how long until Boots knocks another drink over? Hopefully not soon. Hey, what's going on? We've got Nick from Yuma here finally. People were very concerned. They thought perhaps you were abducted by Gary C. or the Poker Bunny. Terrified. I said that a while ago. Mike never read my chat. Stupid to have a drink on the rail. RFID Raiders. Yeah, I feel like I'm better served. I mean, I am of the people that can read, interact, and try to decipher what's kind of good in the chat. Like I probably didn't miss it. I can't always read along every single line, but we'll try my best, man. A 3-bet here by Slicer after the previous hand where he had ace king. Now gets to see if he try to take Boots' money here as bet and a call, and here we go. Excuse me, a 3-bet. And a call by Boot. Oh, no. Ace high clubs. Even in chips. Checky, checky. Slikers are going to check this board. 10 ball here is also going to give Boots a club flush, or excuse me, a straight draw. And here we go. Towards the river after bet call. Queen of clubs. Boots gets there. And I imagine Slicer. I just can't imagine Slicer going for Thin Valley here on this board. Like, what can you expect to maybe get called by that you feel like, as with the aces betting the overpair in this, 2.9K? Yeah, he is going to check it. Farmer going to realize here that Boots not interested in pressing the fold button, and he took probably a route that saved him money that other players would be losing a lot more than. Greer, slow played, ace, ace. I wouldn't say that as much as just exercise some pot control for the most part, because any better hand or any better draw, or excuse me, any hand or any real draw is not necessarily floating, is folding, and the Boots especially. So if you're just inflating a pot size that eventually you may never get away from, because you're sitting there thinking like, oh God, he could have absolutely anything here. I don't necessarily oppose that line whatsoever, especially when the dynamics of a game change a little bit. Yeah, what a net. Well, that they're. Tell me on that board, playing against Boots the way that he has played tonight, where you feel super comfortable. Good flopjack. I think it's a reasonable turn bet, and then a good check back. I think Slicer played that just about as perfectly as he could. Nick from Yuma saying 6-8 is his new favorite hand. So he won a nice pot with it today. God, I'm going to have to get a raise just for the fact that I am just having to ban so many of these LLC casino. This is like the 12th one at least that has rolled through here this evening. So, all right, raise to 75. Bet a call. Ace, queen as middle pair for Boots. Top pair here for Pierre. Bottom pair for Alex. Checky, checky. Let's see if, yep, we're going to get a bet here by Alex. Let's see if Pierre opts to go for the check raise here in this spot. Queen of spades in hand. Boots also tagging along with the second pair. Is not big card here. Nathan cannot do it. He checked back the turn with aces. No, he didn't. He bet like 800. Boots called. He checked back the flop on the 997 and then bet the turn, if I recall correctly. And then went check, river. So you've got your information wrong. All right, bet here by Alex, who's wild session here for him, as felt like he had every big hand right at the start, and then active 3-better, 4-better, and also put in a 5-bet against Slicer here this evening. Pierre absolutely with no reason to fold here, as 10 pairs up. Boots actually would have made the best hand. I feel like I could see Apple in the background right now. Nope. Yep, that's our man right there. You can see right behind Alex. Oh my God, a pure fold, a 2K river bet Slapped down by Alex. Man, Pierre is... This is as rough of a night as I could tell. And he's been put in some really pressure cooker situations, so... Yeah, William Lottie with a good point. Dustin Fox asking me to play Wesley Willis. I love you, buddy. Good to see you here. Should get some Wesley Willis going on here. That'll get the chat pros fired up. A little I Whoop Batman's Ass. Rock and Roll McDonald's. One of the great American artists of all time and one of the great unappreciated musical acts to potentially ever live. The great Wesley Willis. Bones opening here now with ace 5 of clubs. Swim going to call with 9. Slicer. 3-bet down is 365. All right, Bones going to come along. Swim also here with pocket 9s. Top pair here for Bones. Slicer here with a gutter ball. Pierre Yost was good his first appearances. He is falling off now. I don't know. It's you can look up and down in a 4-hour session at any point in time. I don't. And when you could be going up against really strong players, like there's some friction involved with that, but 3-ball pairs as Bones now having to go against a very tough Slicer that even by Bones' own admission is somebody that has given him lots of problems and is giving everybody problems because his decision-making has been largely very sound. So $10 on the end, so Bones probably already well aware of the fact now that he's just playing the ace. As ace is up with a queen, 10 not changing anything, but Slicer making a straight. Can he make this look more like a bluff or more like a hand that could expect to be drawn from a chopper? Is he going to go super polar? It looks like this is going to be a chunky one. This is going to be a bet with some meat on it, and I would be surprised if Bones is fold. If Bones, called this, it's just tough for me to imagine, unless maybe Slicer had like queens of 10s and was trying to do something funny, but you would think he would just kind of knuckle back. Lottie saying we all have good and bad sessions. That is true. Matthew A. just binks the gut shot. Easy game. Not a fact. Now Boots getting out some beef jerky. That's the man trying to be in, I think, on a weight loss bet, too. $769 of you. Let's see if we can get over the 300 like mark before the night is done. And now Bones, he was not the better here in this spot. It was Slicer putting out 3.3K in this exact moment in time. So if he suspected that he was unpaired on the flop and turn, and now does he want to go for 3.3 to potentially call a chop, to potentially get half of what's in there? It's a big pot that is brewing, and one that I'm sure Bones will fuss over about after the stream is over. And he's just not... Something about Slicer's line here has given him some suspicion. And it could be a rare misstep here for Bones. But I don't know. It just... He doesn't tend to make mistakes of this caliber. What's going on, Chase? Glad to see you back here in the chat. We got a big river bet here by Slicer with Broadway, and Bones here with just an ace. And for, oh no, don't do it, buddy. Don't do it, sir. Oh, no, 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 no. We are on a 15-minute delay here, obviously. This hand has already happened, and I have no idea how it turns out, but I am certainly hoping for Bones' sake that it is going to be a fold. But he has been perplexed enough here that as Bones now still thinking about it here. Does he feel like he has the opportunity to pick off Slicer? Did he have a king 10? Did he have a jack 10? Did he have a king queen? Maybe some other ace X hand that's below the queen. Ace 9, ace 8, ace 7, ace 6, ace, you know. The 3.3K bet seems so strong that he can believe there are some hands that he's just trying to push Bones off of. Is Bones going to make the call, and we'll see. Has made Slicer just a little bit richer. Tough one there, but Slicer a bit of mystery to everybody. Bones paying to see it and not liking exactly what he saw. So, yeah, it was definitely a Slicer bet. Bones tank and a call. Anthony, Buffalo, New York, unwatchable. Shot clock needed for this kind of game. Yeah, we would love it if there is in some spots, but this, like, Bones is not a perpetual tanker. Like, this is not. We don't have a particularly tanking problem that happens widespread, so it's just because you can see the cards and you can see that it's not. Okay, here we go. The chat pros chiming in just in time. Terrified. Boots is nasty with food and drink. 10-10-3 here. Chaz with the ace queen. Boots with nines. And I feel like Boots is not folding. Unfair advantage. And queen 10 takes that. What do you beat there? Does queen 10 take that line? Yeah, I'm sure Bones probably instantly had bluff catcher's regret there in that spot. Mike Adonis said that was a more than acceptable tag time. Yeah, I do think so. Ace here on the river by the Big Daddy Chaz after goes check, check, turn. is another river bat. Here for 650, it looks like. Silent Chaz night here as Ethan says, so people can now eat at TCH Austin. I am bringing 2 pounds of crawfish. Better bring some of that for me there, buddy. Boots here facing the 650. Raises to 3.4K. Expecting the unexpected tonight on TCH Live. We have seen some wild lines being taken on the river multiple times this evening. Chaz here way ahead, but after getting check called here on the flop and then Boots exasperated, I thought he'd be able to get that one past Chaz. He flips it over to him. Ace, queen, good. It's time for the demented Chaz laugh, folks. All right, he's earned it. Okay. Big time hero call there by Chaz. I wonder if he's just picked up on the dynamics of the table have opened itself up so much that these kind of more exotic lines are being taken that there was just a higher probability that Boots is more likely to have air there or potentially a weaker ace. Aloof Meatloaf, we need an extra hour of the stream to make sure we get to watch Boots bust. I wouldn't be streaming it for that unfair advantage. Wouldn't call that a hero call. Yeah, I mean he's picking off. Check raise river bluff and a paired board is kind of it's not always an awesome spot. No, I don't disagree on fair advantage. That's a fair point. Re-raise now here by Pierre as Chris with the fake aces, the ace of hearts, 4 of clubs. And Pierre able to get this one through. Finds a hand he can win. It's been a tough night for him, but all right, we've made it here towards the end. The solo broadcast, the old school solo one. Here on TCH Live, Mike Youngblood. Here on the call, William Lottie. Another great show tonight. Lottie was joining us for commentary in the WPT Steps 1 tournament final table. We had one of the biggest comebacks of the year that I probably have ever seen. Guy went from like a single big blind to finding a way to tie it up and even its stacks, and then taking it all. Congratulations to not this Alex, but the other Alex on our Sunday live stream. Raised up here by Chris. John Regular, how many hands do we get to see Chase? I probably imagine up until the 10 o'clock mark, so I never got the actual number. Ethan, Youngblood can run at 4 hours. Solo Legendo. Thanks, man. Racer Nerd saying Youngblood is a free solo on the show tonight like a real pro. It's, like I said, if you have the benefit of the table talk, it's even easier than you think it is. If you don't, then it's, you just got to know how to navigate and just talk through some of the stuff. And that's why they call me the dude talking. As we get a 4-bet by Chris, as Boots try to get very eccentric here with the 6-4 of clubs and not electing to press the fold button. This is the Boots we all know and love. As we go ace-king versus 6-4 of clubs. 4.4K in the middle before we even see a flop. So Chris with the ace of spades. Boots with bottom pair. Open-ended straight draw. As Chris here is... I feel like it's the first time we haven't seen Sparks in a while, but we do get another Chris. Chase just says, Mike, you know I'd be in there with a 6-4. I mean, Chase, even you, I think, sometimes have a little bit of restraint when it comes to 3 or 4 bet city that... But I know you would absolutely want to continue with it, and that's why the people love you. So we've got a ship McShip here by Chris with the ace of spades. Boots has 0 Fs given. He could elect to pick this off. As you see, the percentages are very close. So the Boots has got him is completely covered. So he's just trying to see, like, how much is this exactly? And it would be a courageous call. He would technically be ahead, but there's just so much chance for equity for Chris. But again, on an all-spade board, it's not... It's a pretty marginal spot to go for the gamble, but he may be thinking of doing it. The F-it button has been thinking about being pressed. It's lighting up. It's blinking. Is Boots going to press the F-it button? So if it was you, the chat pro has already said they would not be in here with the 6-4 of clubs, and that's why you'll never be a legend. I'm sorry, it looks like John Malik got accidentally timed out here. We're sorry, buddy. We're trying to get the other guy. Some friendly spamming. Oh, wow. Boots is going to make the call. The ace of spades and the overs against the 6-4. We'll see how many times they elect to run it. 6 of spades, and that'll do. So board number 1 is going to go to Chris. We'll try now here for the second time. Oh, queen of spades hits on the end, and then the 10 for good measure. As Chris Scoop City here is running it twice in an $18,400 pot. Boots unfortunately stacked there, and then essentially a coin flip. And who says there's no action here on TCH Live in Austin, huh? Unbelievable. As Boots trying to gamble there, hoping maybe he can find at least half of that pot, is not going to come away with the winner. As Chris, holy moly, Massachusetts is, what a big pot is. All right, chat pros, it is your time to shine here. This is your territory here. What do you think about that call or that bet or that result? Hashtag Texas Poker. It's a $25 straddle pop down. Carlos saying it's nothing for Boots. He's a baller. And the chat gets stirring as if you guys didn't need more fuel to the fire. Chase Andy would have been there. Chase Andy would have called with a 6-4. Hell, freaking yeah, man. Okay, this is the last hand? Okay, this is the last hand of the night, so we'll see what magic develops here as an open ender here for Boots. 9 and 4, also a 7s or 6 is alive to pair up over the King Queen. Bet by Alex here from 175. Boots going to put in the check raise up to 600, and even the most optimistic scenarios here, King Eye particularly on this board. But Boots on the rampage run, he's going to reload, and his climb right back up the mountain will start with the bluff, and unfortunately, you will not be able to see the rest because that is our last hand of the night. 4 hours of TCH live action has come to a close. Thank you, producer Carolyn. Thank you to our dealers, floor staff, and you, the chat pro, the folks at home that make this show possible. In the words of the great Mike Sexton, may all your cards be live and your pots be monsters. Good night, y'all.
I saw the ace 10 7 forehand. I didn't even know that he had straight. I was like, oh, I didn't know it either. That's why I called through. See, we also.